Remember when entertainment was actually entertaining? When comedy was about being funny, movies were about telling great stories, and you didn't need a political lecture every time you hit play. Great entertainment still exists, it's just getting harder to find. Even the biggest streaming platforms leave audiences disappointed. That's why there's Studio TST, pure entertainment, real comedy, independent films, bold creators, movies, comedy, music, and more, and the home of fearless sketch comedy. That show tonight, entertainment the way you want it. Funny, creative, unapologetic, and agenda-free. Studio TST, the future of entertainment starts here. Join Studio TST today for just $5 a month.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KL.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Welcome to Inquiry, a dialogue about a topic to be named later. I am your respondent, Stephen Hall, here to answer questions which are posed to me by our interrogator. Today we have a guest interrogator back for the second time, MD Campbell. So, MD, what do you have for us today?
Well, Stephen, first off, thanks for having me back. I didn't think you'd make that mistake. But today, my topic is kind of in the realm of conspiracies, but not your run-of-the-mill political conspiracies, lizard people ruling the world, that sort of thing, but easily falsifiable delusions that have seemed to be all the rage on social media these days and elsewhere. Things like flat Earth or the moon landing, space flight hoax sort of things that, with a little simple observation and a tiny fraction of applied math, can be shown to be completely ridiculous.
It's all the Girl Scouts' fault. They're behind everything.
Well, most likely. They did discontinue my second favorite cookie.
I actually saw something yesterday, I think, on a related topic, which was the inability of Gen Alpha, and they're just now hitting high school, to follow basic directions, not just to think. I mean, their cognitive abilities have been shown to be far less, and they're not developed. A lot of it coming from these AI and the smartphones. But their actual inability to read, write, do basic logic do any type of mathematics, it's across the board the difficulty in cognating. And I think that follows when you can easily disprove a conspiracy with the mathematics, I deal with people who have trouble dividing by one, who know how to measure what a quarter of an hour is. And it's not a disparagement against them. It's just they've gone through school. They've got a high school diploma.
Oh, sure.
You've got people coming
Of
into
course.
college literally can't read, and that's more than about half the class coming out of high school. I think it was like 40%, something like that, in one of those Midwestern districts. And
Yeah,
you got 40% of the people who can't literally are functionally illiterate.
that doesn't surprise me. Sadly, just from my own interactions with folks on a daily basis, and not just online, but real live, living, breathing humans who I'm not quite sure how they make it through the day without stepping into traffic.
Well, they're living. I think you have to be reminded to breathe.
So, a couple of the things that I was curious about. Flat Earth is a big one. There's been a lot of traffic in that on the social medias recently. The recent Artemis moon mission, of course, brought those people out of the woodwork, as well as the moon landing deniers. The roundness of the Earth was demonstrated over 2,000 years ago by very simple experimentation, and there are a number of other ways. Why do you think that there are people who believe this? And of the people who espouse this flat Earth concept, how many of them do you think really believe it, and how many of them do you think are simply trolling for laughs?
Oh, I'd say probably a good 70% of the ones pushing it are trolling. The ones that actually believe it are the ones who they always think that somebody is lying to them, and it's a very easy thing to get a conspiracy theory going because we are the ones who can tell you the truth, what they're not telling you, what they're hiding from you. And since you already suspect that these people are lying to you anyway, then falling into a false belief becomes really easy because you've already got the idea of doubt. And it doesn't help the fact that NASA has a long history of faking photos and doing illustrations for things, which we're like, is this really the picture of Earth, or is this a computer-generated model of what they think Earth would look like? And you're looking at the picture going, yeah, that's not quite right. And they don't match up, and the pictures don't match up. Sometimes it's a different angle. Sometimes it's, we just couldn't get a good photo shoot, so we made that. And they started that back before NASA. They started that in World War II, which really created a lot of the disillusionment. You're familiar with a lot of the newsreels that would have the images of battles going on, sea battles and airplane battles?
Oh, sure.
That were filmed in Hollywood studios and like a large tub with models.
Yes.
Yeah, they were faking battleship battles in Hollywood studios. So the seeds are there to say, well, they just faked this moon landing. They faked this other thing. And there's some often bad quotes from somebody. You can always find somebody who accidentally misspeaks and turn into a huge revelation. Such as the one big one they like is the radiation from the Van Allen belt. And what would stop radiation? And what are your keep us from getting to the moon? And you have scientists going, well, we have this problem of escaping Earth, and he may be having in his head something else. But to the listener, it's we can't ever get to the moon because we can't get past that Van Allen belt. And he's talking about how it can affect certain machines and not others, and how it can really damage people if they're going through it. He's not being as clear as we would like all of our scientists to be, but I've never seen scientists be that clear.
And is some of that an issue with people not having a sense of scale, of understanding how large objects are and how
That's
long distances are?
Yeah, that's a large part of it. They also don't understand some basic mathematics, particularly with the flat earthers. This is one I love. They go, "You're going this many degrees. It's going down this far." I'm like, "Okay, do you not know what cosine and sine are? If you're going 1 degree, that doesn't mean you're dropping down, 1 degree on the horizon." And I saw one that had this picture of a telescope with a long range going, "See, you can see the shore across here. It's 50 miles. You shouldn't be able to see the shore on that." And I'm looking at the picture going, "No, it's showing you the first floor, or the first floor, not the ground floor, the first floor, and the beach is completely gone below the horizon." And yeah, the old adage, or the old example that they used to give for why you knew the earth was round to people who could visually see things, but they couldn't do the mathematics. So they gave them illustrations, like the ship going off into the horizon and it drops below the horizon. It doesn't quite the way you think, because you'll lose sight of it long before it drops below the horizon. And it sounds strange, but it's going to get up far enough where you can't see it, even though if you had a telescope, you could still see it slowly going over,
Right.
because it's not dropping down the horizon fast enough. Now, to your vision, it looks like it is, because you're getting that haze and you can't see clearly that far out, just the human eye and the idiosyncrasies of light. So it looks like it drops down long before it really has gone out of sight. And that leads to the conspiracy theory going, "See, they're lying to you about this." No, they were giving you an illustration that technically would be correct if you had the mathematics to understand that, if you had the telescope long enough, about an hour after, or an hour or two after that's already gone out of your sight, it would actually drop below the horizon. It's a great illustration to explain things to kids who don't have that much knowledge, but because you didn't tell 100% of the truth, it sows seeds of doubt. Some of my favorite ones are the mud flood and Tataria.
Okay, explain that.
Well, that there was a great civilization in what was basically the Russia, or
Okay.
the area before Russia. The Tartars were, of course, the Mongolian Empire, the Golden Horde.
Right.
They suddenly had technology, and there was a one world civilization that was harnessing the Tesla concept of energy in the air. And in the 17 or 1800s, there was a mud flood that wiped it all out, and all of history is faked.
See.
And they repopulated the earth. And the founders didn't create cities; they found them already built.
See. Interesting.
So you got a nice little play on words there. Uh, it's funny, but it lends to people making something credible. To go, the founders found the city; they didn't build the city. Of
We're
course,
finders instead of founders.
yeah, but what's a foundation on a building? If you're founding a city, you're building the foundation for it. And they don't make that association. They go with the one that somebody's telling them they're hiding this from you. And since you already don't trust them anyway, yeah, they're hiding it from you.
Now, is that more just a general contrarianism because you're distrustful, or is there an actual mental health issue at work on this?
Yeah, I'd say it's a combination of that, both of those, and a combination of the fact that we don't teach all the minutiae of history that does get lost, because some of it does. And I do like some of those shows that go into the technology and how technology used to be different than it is now. Such as there's an iron pillar in India that's over 500 years old and doesn't show a bit of rust. Of course, the science behind it is fairly simple. It was the iron making facilities we had at the time created a lot of slag, and particularly silicates that are mixed with the iron. So it's not the pure iron that they say that it is. And that's what kept it from rusting. And
Almost as if it was enameled.
yeah. But the fun thing is they were talking about, well, this lost technology we have of an axe. In the Middle Ages, they could make an axe that would last for 500 years. Now we've overturned that, and we can make 2,000 axes that'll last for 10 years and then rust. Like, or 200 axes in the same amount of effort and time. We can make 200 axes that'll last for about 10 years before they rust down to nothing. See how much better their technology is? I'm thinking, okay, you got 500 years use out of one axe. You built over 2,000 years use out of these other axes. It's a different approach to efficiency, but it's not necessarily a degradation. Now, of course, when you combine the science and you can create those slag components and add them back into a proper alloy, eventually you'll be able to do that with a mass production and go, okay, we can make 2,000 or 200 axes that will last for 500 years. So once you combine the old technology and the new technology, you leap ahead.
So look, we have stainless steel.
Yeah. But yeah, I think a lot of that old technology has gotten lost because the craftsmen weren't doing it because it wasn't efficient in terms of human labor. Uh, the craftsman makes some stuff that lasts a really long time and does really well. And it takes a lot of time and effort to do. Whereas you can make a lot more cheaper and easier and get more usage out of it than you would that one item. So it's not that our society degraded, it's that society has a different set of values. And it's an improvement in its way. And if you combine them over time, then it can actually get much better. And it's small steps of improvement. So I think you have the old technology, the new technology, combine it in new ways and create innovation. That's what innovation is. But the conspiracy theory says that this was lost intentionally, that they're hiding it. Was there stuff that was lost? Absolutely. Was there history that we don't teach anymore? Absolutely. Are they nefariously hiding that to cover up some big conspiracy? That doesn't follow. The mudflood I love because a lot of towns and cities, you build wherever you're located, and you build on hillsides, and the streets are almost never level. And then there's a point in time as the city grows, particularly when it becomes far more urban, you really want those level, straight streets that people can walk down. And Edinburgh is a really great example of this. So what do? They just cover over the bottom levels of certain buildings to level up that street and put new entrances on the second floor or the third floor. And the street becomes basically, and you have this huge underground in Edinburgh and a number of other cities where they are leveling up the streets. And that becomes the secret behind the mud flood, because this was not the original ground floor. This was a bunch of dirt that was just seems like it washed in. It's like, no, they carted it in and they told everybody they did it, but then they didn't bother to record that because it was done.
Mm-hmm.
So they weren't recording it for posterity because that wasn't what they were aiming at.
Well, I've been to Edinburgh and it's still not particularly level.
Well, yeah, but it's meant to be.
But yes, I know what you're talking about.
I love the city park they have down below the castle.
Yes.
But the idea that you have floors of buildings built below ground, and then you have places like Venice. And if anybody knows anything about Venice, it keeps sinking.
I was there last summer. There's a church that we went to that had a glass-covered grate in the floor that you can look down and see the water.
But they will sink, and as they sink, they just go, okay, let's just build another layer on top of it.
Sure.
And it sinks down another floor. So who knows how many floor levels they have, but they're just building out of stone on top of stone. Was that their original design? No. Is that some great conspiracy that a swamp is going to have things sink in them? Not really. When you get to the conspiracies, like you're talking about the flat earth and thing, well, they cordoned off and said nobody is going to own the Antarctic. Now, this is an international treaty. Mostly they say we're going to devote this to science, okay? We're not going to fight wars in the middle of glaciers. It's stupid, and there's nothing there worth dying over. So now we have a conspiracy that it's off limits. But no, it's restricted till you have to get permission because they don't want people just going off into the Antarctic and dying of cold and starvation and hunger. So, you know, you get a conspiracy that this is really a flat Earth and this is the ring around it. So instead of the border of Antarctica, it now becomes an ice wall that you can't get past. But of course, somebody has to get past it, or there would be no point in having a conspiracy.
Right. Plus, you can also book tours that will take you there.
Mm-hmm. And then they'll have the conspiracy, all those fantasy worlds that you have. And these aren't really fantasy worlds. They're really out there, back past that Great Wall.
That's the wall.
Yeah, beyond the ice wall. And then, of course, it doesn't help that most people get most of their information from media. And you have a lot of fictionalized history in media. The biggest one right now that everybody is banging their heads against is Alex Haley's Roots, where they're under the illusion that white people went to Africa and went in and captured slaves and drugged them out of their peaceful existence to be brought over to America. And never mind that those weren't the people capturing them. They were just, the white ships came in, they bought at the shore, and they didn't go inside.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't go capture people. And most of them brought over didn't come to North America. They went to the Caribbean and South America.
Europeans are just participating in the local economy.
But it makes for a really good thing to sell people who are feeling self-righteous in their rewriting of history.
And very conveniently ignoring the Arab component in that also.
Yeah. Aggie's got the best conspiracy disproof right there. If the world was flat, cats would have pushed everything off already.
That's right.
I like the one where they go, water settles to a level. This curve is not a level. Like, okay, gravity just eludes you, doesn't it?
Well, there's perhaps the third component of these things is, you touched on it earlier, the sorry state of basic mathematical and science education, not just in this country.
No, Aggie, I did not say you were wrong. There's a sorry state of the reasoning. It's not just the mathematics and the science, it's basic reasoning. It's also a distrust of people who have repeatedly lied in the past. So that always lends for conspiracy. When you find somebody, there's an old legal maxim I love, which is one of my favorites. In English, it translates to false in one, false in all. That was one that Frederick Douglass quoted in his last speech, which basically says if you're caught lying about one thing, then we're not going to believe you about anything. And
which definitely lends itself to a government organization like NASA, since the government will lie to you
and NASA
readily and often.
So, why are they faking photos? Well, because they want a nice shot that they can show the public, and this is camera that they're using on this curved window that's a couple inches thick, probably not giving you the best results. How did they get the camera to show the takeoff? I'm like, okay, so did they fake it? Possibly. Was it real? Probably, because you used to be able to aim your laser to the reflector that they put up there and prove that they were there. That was one I liked.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever done that?
No.
No,
but
not been in it.
The fact that they would do it and go, hey, you can test that we were there, as opposed to just going, yeah, take our word for it. But they don't get into that. And conspiracy theories always focus on part of the story and never the whole story, which is what I always find fascinating, is how much they ignore in order to make their conspiracies work.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that is something that you see a lot in the moon landing hoax conspiracies. They'll latch onto one thing that seems unusual to them and then ignore the reasons for it, such as why the flags look like they're waving, or in some of the videos they are waving because the poles were flexible and they hadn't damped out their vibrations yet.
Yeah, and there's no real air there to stop it from moving. There's
Right.
no resistance.
Not in-
There not being resistance just eludes people. The concept of there not being an atmosphere to interfere with the light's one thing, but this ambient light which blocks out lesser lights from other areas. And you got the sun there with no atmosphere diffracting. Like, yeah, you're not going to see the stars. It's not happening. And the concept just goes completely past them.
and also the concept of focus and exposure times for cameras.
Yeah, especially 1960s cameras. But yeah, conspiracy theories thrive on partial information, the distrust, lack of logic, and just enough facts and similarities to raise questions. One of my favorite ones about that, there used to be giant trees and they point to a mesa, like Devil's Tower, just standing in the middle of nowhere. That was a tree that somebody cut off. That wasn't just volcanic protrusion that was worn down. That doesn't make any sense. It's got all the little grooves and everything for bark. And you're like, yeah, I can see the similarity. However, it doesn't have the cellular structure that you would need.
It really wasn't clawed on by a gigantic bear.
But those are some of my favorite ones when they're going like there were giants in the world and and don't get me wrong, I think there might have been giants and there's some evidence, a strong evidence for that. I think their dismissal of that is to a large extent reasonable or unreasonable. When somebody has this article, on the other hand, you have people who like to aggrandize things. We have these carvings out there. Well, people like to make carvings in the middle of nowhere, and civilizations have risen and fallen, and all of their artwork, isn't documented and found. So if you find a sculpture of a giant snake in the middle of what used to be a city, but now is in the middle of the woods or the jungle, well, see, that snake was petrified. And you're like, no, it probably wasn't.
Right. And don't we all love the Serpent Mound?
Well, yeah, we do. We have local mounds here in West Virginia, so I don't get over the Serpent Mound much, but I do like it.
We have a few here in Indiana. Most of them, like most of the mounds, have been knocked down and plowed over. But there's a state park not far from Indy called Mounds State Park, oddly enough, that preserves a few.
Yeah, we have towns in West Virginia named Moundsville.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, there's quite a bit of them. And the fun part of it is watching all of the modern conspiracy theorists take credit for stuff that was there long before they ever were, which is always fun. Like, I always like the Lakota Indians going, this is our sacred territory, the Black Hills, and this is our sacred land. And you're like, you've only been there for 50 years. How much sacred can it be? You kicked out the tribe that was there 50 years before we got it.
This is the holy Walmart.
We've had it for 150. It's 3 times more sacred to us. The American Indians were here and they had these great civilizations. Like, no, the American Indians came later. Those were there before that. Do we know who created them? No. There's some mysteries there. There's a lot of stuff that we need to turn up with archaeology and find out what's going on. There's also the fun thing of selling papers, and the grand story always sells better papers.
Aggie's dropping some Shelley on us in the chat.
She is, and the Ayers Rock. I vaguely remember the Ayers Rock, but I can't remember it right offhand. So I'm going to have her explain that one to me. The name's familiar. I've probably heard it, but my memory is not what it used to be. I forget things easily. But when you talk about conspiracy theories, there's always this counterpoint. But if you have a mind which is not logical, it doesn't try to look at everything from the angle. You also have what's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. Giant rock in Australia. Okay. I like Rick better. There's just a giant Rick in Australia. That's a good conspiracy right there. I wonder if he knows that.
I was going to say, how does that relate to our own Rick?
It's me.
Yeah.
Never knew you were from down under, Rick.
Yeah, certain things are kept secret for a reason.
Sounds like a conspiracy.
It probably is. No, I wouldn't put it past him. But the Dunning-Kruger effect has this wonderful thing of people who know just a little bit enough to be dangerous think that they're absolutely certain. And when you have an audience, that certainty persuades audiences. A person who, the more intelligent they are, the more they know about something, the less certain they are that they know everything. Do they know how much there is out there that they don't know? So generally, the more intelligent a person is, the more educated a person is, the more somebody knows about a topic, the less persuasive they become about that knowledge because they lack certainty. And we're all subject to it. And we're all subject to being both sides. There was something I came up the other day, I can't remember what it was, but it was like, yeah, we're on the other side of that Dunning-Kruger effect on this one. We don't know enough about it, but we all feel certain about it. And that's a large persuasion of the conspiracy theories, because you have somebody who is absolutely certain that this is the way things are and this is the way things happen. And it doesn't matter how inane their theory is, somebody's there without reasoning skills who's going to be credulous. I remember one time we were sitting at a table with a friend of mine. We were eating late at night after the bars are closing, everybody's heading home, stopped to eat. And there's this table next to us. And there's some guy explaining to this teenage girl, she's just going along with it. I don't know if she was believing them or if she was just nodding to appear popular, but talking about how Dracula defeated, Vladimir Dracula managed to defeat Alexander the Great, and was talking about the tactics he used. I'm like, okay, that's about 2,000 years separating them. There is absolutely no way they ever met. And no same person. And the only thing we can do is like, there are 4 guys there. We're going to get our butts kicked if we can laugh out loud to them. But absolutely certain, telling about the story, and you're like, oh, that's not even remotely possible.
So that almost sounds like something at the end of a telephone chain where somebody read some interesting factoid and repeated it, and it got repeated and repeated.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it could have been turned into and it just turned into something that they were telling her as if it was real. We didn't pick up the whole story, but it's kind of the same thing you see with a lot of these conspiracy theories. You're looking at going, that doesn't work. There's no logic there. It can't do that. The Earth can't do that. Easy way to do it, I've told people, disprove the flat Earth theory. Look at the moon.
Well, it's actually kind of an argument that I've had with some people online. I know I'm wasting my time talking to these people most of the time, but I've been an amateur astronomer for a while, and you can view through amateur equipment certain planets over a period of days or even hours. Like in the case of Jupiter, you can watch them rotate in real time with your naked eyeballs. You can watch their satellites transit the face of the planet or their shadows in real time over the course of a few hours. Or with Mars, when it's at a close opposition, you can watch the features on Mars slowly move across the face as the planet rotates. which is impossible if they're disks or if they're fixed lights in some celestial glass dome.
Mm-hmm. But they'll take pictures of something going, if we zoom in on this pixelation here, this does not look like a solid object. I'm like, you're zooming in on something which is taking pixelation to begin with. It's going to pixelate. It's not going to give you the nice smooth lines that you imagine. It has a lot more better resolution than that camera is capable of taking.
Right.
But if you look at the moon,
it's a digital camera. It takes pictures with dots.
Well, even an analog camera is not going to get enough resolution depending on how fine the lens is. You know, how perfect is that lens that you're not going to get, all that detail when you zoom in. But anyway, the moon, the easy way to do it is the top of the moon. If we're on a flat Earth, the top is always going to be the top. Look at the moon from Sydney. If the Earth is not flat, it'll be upside down. Guess what?
It is.
It is.
And there are stars down there that you can see from the southern hemisphere that you can't see up here, and vice versa.
That just disproves it right there. Boom.
Which is another good way to prove that the Earth is a sphere.
It doesn't disprove anything. This is just like the head and the tails on a coin, guys. Come on, man. Okay,
yeah. Oh, so it's flat on both. It's not flat, but on two sides.
Correct.
That's a new one. See? I haven't heard that one.
Actually, my favorite one was a torque.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, people don't know it's like a donut. We're at the bottom of the donut, and it's a hollow donut with the sky above. And you're like, so you could look straight up if you had a powerful enough telescope and see.
Well, there you go. The moon is the donut hole.
Did you just call the moon a munchkin? That's what Dunkin' Donuts used to call her.
Well, more or less. And speaking of celestial objects, you mentioned the media a little while back, and I'm thinking about both the media and social media and AI as vectors for, want of a better word, the contagion of conspiracy theories. Last summer, you might recall, there was a little activity around a video that a number of people posted of a very red sun caused by the wildfires in Canada and I think some African dust storms. And to name somebody by name, Dom Luker on Twitter, for instance, on X, has over 1.5 million followers, and he posted the video and people talking about this quote, and this is a quote from his original tweet: "Massive red celestial object," and wondering whether it was Nibiru or if Mars was going to crash into Earth, and things like that. And of course, those of us who have some astronomical knowledge were doing our darndest to explain to people how things work, and that this massive red celestial object is indeed a massive celestial object. It's the sun, and we see it every day. But even Grok got into the argument when people were asking it what the object was, and it was telling them that it was Mars. And Rick, if you can put that picture up that I sent you, I took a photo of the red sun from the town just east of where I live, from a parking lot, and asked Grok what it was. Told Grok that it was the sun, and I fought with Grok for 48 hours before it finally admitted that it was the sun and not Mars. It even tried to tell me that the time that I took the photograph was after dark, although it was clearly daylight. And this giant red thing, whereas Mars would have been a tiny pinpoint of red light, this giant red sphere, or disc anyway, depending on how flat you think things are, was Mars when it couldn't possibly be. And I finally did get an admission from it that was in fact the sun, and that it was wrong about the timing and whatnot. But it took me 2 days of arguing, and it never would admit that the original video wasn't Mars.
Yeah. AI is real bad about one, being obstinate, and two, getting everything wrong. It's also real bad about being able to create videos that other people will be absolutely certain is real, because the graphics are very intense, but the logic is completely missing.
Yeah.
I have to convict themselves every so often, and it's like, okay, yeah. You'll do a mea culpa when you get it to go, no, this isn't the case. It's doing one right now on, wasn't the party switch, what was it? One of the popular things that gets out there, that Nazis are fascists, not socialists. The Nazis aren't socialists. I dropped doing that. And I'm like, really?
Right? The National Socialist German Workers' Party.
Yeah, they said it was in the time. They were fascists. They were authoritarian, like every socialist is. That doesn't really say they're not socialists. I actually read Mein Kampf. I know they're socialists. When he says we're trying to get socialism for the German people, it was a racially based socialism instead of a class based socialism. But many people considered it closer to Marx than the communists. But they've gotten Grok to say that. So since an AI says it, it's authoritative.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's like taking your lessons from Wikipedia or children.
This does.
Raptor's right. It's AI is the new Wikipedia. It's whatever somebody programs it to think. Because if you get the right prompt, you can get it to say almost anything. And then you just take the part where it responded and go, here, this is what Grok thinks. Grok's not thinking, Grok's aggregating and responding.
And then people will read that, they will take that as an authoritative stance and then spread the misinformation, as much as I hate that term.
Well, these are people that will use AI to do their term papers, so why wouldn't they believe everything the AI said? They don't have the critical skills to think otherwise. They certainly don't have the moral or intellectual authority to go, nope, you're wrong. And the intellectual ability to go, you are completely wrong. I don't care if everybody else agrees with you, this does not work. Requires a basic foundation in logic. And anybody who studied a real science knows this concept. If you studied astronomy, you know that you could look at something going, wait a second, this doesn't match with what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can go, nope, you're wrong. You can be Copernicus, you can be Galileo going, nope, this doesn't work. And stand up against everybody. But if you've got people convinced that consensus is everything, one of the worst philosophers in history was Immanuel Kant, believing that reality was subjective. So if enough people believe it, it becomes reality. And people who are smart enough go, he's talking about on a practical level, not in an objective level.
Right. More of a social thing.
Yeah, for all practical purposes, gets left out of the statement. So that concept is the Earth was flat when people believed it was flat. Except the problem is that's a mistake of history. Nobody ever believed it was flat. They knew it was round thousands of years ago, but back in the Middle Ages, they believed it was flat. No, they just didn't know what was out there, and they weren't willing to say otherwise. And that's a large part of the conspiracy is you get people say stupid things and people take it, particularly if it's in a text. If it's an authoritative text and it says something stupid, people will latch onto that as if it was absolutely not only true, but what everybody believed at the time. And that feeds a conspiracy theory. See, back then...
Everybody knows.
Yeah, back then they knew this. Like, yeah, that's wrong. And everybody didn't agree with that guy. He just said something stupid. He had a bad tweet in his book. And suddenly that becomes an authoritative representation of all learning at the time. Then you got propaganda. Things are spun. My favorite one is the Inquisition, when the English had the printing press, and they used the printing press to go, see how torturous the Inquisition was? Yeah, they really didn't do that. They did a little, but not all that. So that creates a myth in and of itself, and myths grow. And it's always fun to have a little bit of truth and a lot of conjecture.
It's kind of like people saying that no one would fund Columbus's expedition because they thought the world was flat and he was going to sail up the edge, when really they just knew that his math was bad.
Mm-hmm.
And he was telling them the world was much smaller than it was, and they thought he was going to sail off into the ocean and starve to death if he hadn't accidentally run into North America.
Well,
he would have.
He actually had some evidence beyond what they were thinking. But yeah, they're what was it, 6,000 miles versus 12,000 miles to the coast? The circumference?
But I saw someone opine, since he was a merchant sailor, that he was aware of and had possibly traveled to Iceland and learned from folks who had been to Iceland about the Greenland colony, which had only recently been abandoned.
Mm-hmm.
And that informed his opinion that Asia was much closer.
There were also stories about things washing up on the shores of Portugal, and like if the land was 9,000 miles out there, that would have never got there. So he knew something was out there. There's also the lovely conspiracy theory I like, which is that he was associated with the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar already knew that land was there. If you go back to the Kensington Stone, that the Knights Templar had, after the Knights Templar had dissolved.
Mm-hmm. And they became quite the nexus of conspiracy theory.
But the idea was that they had explored the New World and not told anybody. But because he was associated with them, he knew about it, and therefore he knew there was a continent out there. Of course, he also was looking for Eden, which is kind of funny, because it doesn't really match with the descriptions. But he thought the South American, those island things, they were looking for the Garden of Eden, the lost paradise. And part of that's they take the text of the Bible as absolute literary history, and you get the flat earthers who do that. It's going, it talks about the four corners of the earth. How do you have four corners if you're a round sphere? Okay, metaphor's lost on you. The concept of four cardinal directions, no. The fact that they had four as the holy number. There were four winds. There were the north wind, the south wind. Okay. It says there were four corners. It says there were pillars holding it up. The Indian thing says it was on the back of a giant elephants holding up the world on the back of a giant turtle. I love that one. But you have the ancient text sitting there saying that this is out there. And anytime you can have an ancient text, it makes a great conspiracy.
Oh, sure.
They knew something that we just don't know now.
Especially if you can't read it. Then you can make it say whatever you like.
Yep. Was it Sitchin made a whole industry on that.
Mm-hmm.
The Anunnaki, we're going to interpret this as the ones who came from heaven. It's like, no, these are the children of Anu. Therefore, Anunnaki, the descendants of Anu. Kind of like in the Bible, it refers to Elohim. Yeah, El. El was the chief god. Elohim, El and his descendants. This is a common linguistic convention. But they try to get meaning out of a little bit of sound. Well, this sounds like that. So, okay, that might be related, it might not. Their language wasn't as structured as you are pretending it is, which always makes good for the good conspiracies there. One of my favorites is, do you know who Sin was?
Who?
Sin?
Spell it.
Sin was a Sumerian god. Becomes Nana in the Akkadian.
Okay, no.
Well, where did The story
The only Sumerian god I really know is Gozer.
Yeah.
Isn't strictly true, but I'm not familiar with that one.
But the biblical Exodus, they go into to Sinai, and they're in sin. Well, if you think I as the mountain, the AI on the end, it's
Mhm.
sin. It was sin's mountain. Sin was a god. The the wilderness outside of that was in sin. So it becomes a metaphor for if you're in sin, you're in the wilderness away from God, and God's on the mountain. But the mountain was the mountain of sin, who was the moon god.
Gotcha.
Is that what they meant when they wrote it? Probably not, because that was lost generations before. You're talking, 1,000 years before they're writing this is when that name was around. The name stuck, the meaning didn't. So you kind of get this integration of things, and it makes for great conspiracy when you have partial half truths and half references. And, confusion. That was confusion at the time, but nobody ever writes like they're confused. They write like they have absolute knowledge.
Well, that's where the money is.
Yeah, it's that Dunning-Kruger effect. You write like you have absolute knowledge so you can convince people. And then 3,000 or 4,000 years later, they're going, see, they knew something we didn't know. They're lying to us now. And it's always good to say the government's lying to you. You're not going to get too much argument out of that. And, the secret knowledge of, somebody here has to know what's going on. The problem is there are dozens of people who have these stories in their heads that they think they know what's going on. And they have competing background interests, the same as you have competing above ground interests. The same as you have marketplace of ideas in academia, you have a marketplace of conspiracy theories and what would be the Enlightenment cults and the mystery cults going on in the background. We know the true God. Her name. Okay, we got different groups that all know the real God and their name and how the world is actually working. And it's no different than the scientists competing for various theories of, how does the flat Earth work? How does the Earth go around the sun? So you have this hidden layer of esoteric competition. And that esoteric competition helps feed the conspiracy theories because it's always somebody else who is in charge and they know that. And you get 100 different organizations that people are going, these are the people who did that. The Templars were behind it all. No, the Templars were just an offshoot of this other group that was around before. The Templars were just an excuse for the Catholic Church because they were an arm of the Catholic Church. And the Catholic Church was really a revival of this ancient Dagon cult because they got that fish head on that Pope's hat. That's one of my favorite ones.
Mm-hmm.
The Pope's fish hat was really an ancient Sumerian religion.
Of course. That Dagon was Canaanite.
Well, that's the interesting thing. I always love that one. It was who were the Canaanites and how many people who claim to have Jewish ancestry really just have Canaanite ancestry because it's the same people. They're genetically linked, but after 2,500 years or 2,700 years, how do you prove whether your ancestors were Jewish or they were Israeli or Canaanite or Phoenician or probably not Philistine because the Philistines were actually closer to Greek. But anyway,
there was a whole lot of mixing through that area too.
Yeah, but when they settled in, the Phoenicians settled in Tunisia and over in Spain, and then later you had Jews in Spain. So if your ancestors show that they were from the Levant, did they come over when the Phoenicians settled, or when the Carthaginians settled, or did they come over later? And you don't know.
Right.
Your history doesn't go back that far. And when the world started becoming monotheistic and you were worshiping a Sumerian god, it would be real easy to go, well, these people are worshiping this other Sumerian god. We'll just agree with them. We'll switch from worshiping Moloch to worshiping Yahweh. So they become Jewish. It's an easy conversion because it's a very similar religion. It's easier to convert to something close to what you already believe than it is to convert to something completely away from it. And conspiracy theories are kind of the same thing. It's easy to believe something that's close to what you're already being told.
You don't have to change your worldview. You don't have to admit that you're wrong. Is that something that feeds into this? Is it ego? Is it embarrassment at being shown something that you've espoused is obviously not correct? So you double down on it?
I've discovered as I've gotten older that 98% of the people are never wrong. They're wrong. There's about 2% of the people who go, I was wrong about that. But the other 98% were never wrong. Whatever it was, no, I didn't really believe that.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, that's an interesting thing to think that 98%, probably maybe 95 to 98% of the people are never wrong. Which is why it is so hard, and it's getting worse. It's so hard to convince people of the truth because they can't be wrong. The party switch keeps coming up over and over again in Twitter right now, and it's always, but they did this. It's like, does it make sense? No. But are they wrong? No. They were told this, they said this, and they're sticking to it. And they're just looking for evidence to back up what they already know is correct.
Now I want to know what Aggie's last comment was.
Yeah, that's kind of... I don't know. I think she's going civil on us. Every Aggie just gasped. But, I mean, that drives conspiracy theories to a large extent, is people never being wrong, even if they know they're wrong. But a lot of it is an attention thing. You get a lot of followers, you get money. Nobody gets money saying that they don't really know what's going on, or they're curious as to what's going on. They get money by having people follow them because they go, I'm going to show you what's really going on. This is what we've discovered. You look at like Candace and the conspiracy theories that happened after Charlie Kirk died. It's like, this is what was really happening. This is what was really, we're just asking questions about this. And it involves theories, and even if they contradict previously, they weren't wrong before. They just didn't have enough information at that time. Does that mean they're completely wrong? I mean, the conspiracy could be absolutely true. They could be absolutely right. You can't say.
It's always a good way to spin things when new information has surfaced.
Mm-hmm.
We weren't wrong. We were just working with the information that we had at the time.
Can I say his microphone didn't blow up with a bomb implanted in it? Not really. I don't have enough one way or the other. The question is, who do you trust? And when you don't trust anybody, every conspiracy becomes plausible.
And one of the funniest things I ever heard back in the heady days of Coast to Coast, they always did a special in November for the Kennedy assassination. And I rarely listened to it, but I would in November because I had to be up very early for deer hunting and to drive out to the woods or to meet my friend. And would listen to it on the way over there. And one year on their Kennedy special, he had I think 3 people joining him on the panel to talk about their theories for the Kennedy assassination, and they were all different, and they were all exclusionary of the other ones, but they were just happy as clams chatting it up because they were in the club that whatever answers the government had were wrong. It was a lie, and it didn't matter that their own pet theories contradicted each other.
Yeah, but you got to be the certain one. Okay, so now we've discussed the psychology and science behind conspiracy theories. I think
we're also officially out of time, gents.
Yeah, that's what I was getting to. So where can they find you, MD?
You can find me on X at mcampbell1041. That's just about the only place.
Okay. I want to thank everybody for joining us. I'm Stephen Hall, and I am here on Inquiry every other week, every other Wednesday from 7 to 8. And thank you all for joining us. It's been a wonderful show. And thank
Thanks,
you,
Stephen.
MD,
Thanks, everybody.
for interrogating.
Remember when entertainment was actually entertaining? When comedy was about being funny, movies were about telling great stories, and you didn't need a political lecture every time you hit play. Great entertainment still exists, it's just getting harder to find. Even the biggest streaming platforms leave audiences disappointed. That's why there's Studio TST, pure entertainment, real comedy, independent films, bold creators, movies, comedy, music, and more, and the home of fearless sketch comedy. That show tonight, entertainment the way you want it. Funny, creative, unapologetic, and agenda-free. Studio TST, the future of entertainment starts here. Join Studio TST today for just $5 a month.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN.
In uncertain times, we could use someone to lean on. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma will stand by you with plan options to fit your budget. If you've recently lost your job, had a baby, or moved, you can still get the healthcare coverage you and your family need. Financial help may be available for those who qualify. Call 855-452-BLUE or visit hereforyouok.com to see if you're eligible to enroll. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
It's time now for the Conservative Curmudgeon Radio Show. Now, here's Grouchy.
Oh, good evening. Welcome in. Hope you're holed over from Inquiry with Stephen L. Hall and tonight's guest inquisitor, MD Campbell. Campbell, great job. Good to hear you on the air again. Stephen, great job as always. Good to be back with you. I don't know if Rick's there or not, but
No, Mr. Rignall here.
no Mr. Rignall here. Well, Rick, big thanks to you. Last week was rough and unexpected. A little scary for a while, but after about 6 hours and toes and feet being starting to wiggle, he's doing a whole lot better. He's up and he's walking. He can drive. He's doing all the things except for what got him into that predicament to start with. Because until I hear back from the report that was filed on the incident, he is desk bound. But appreciate you stepping in and filling the void. Like I know you did well because that's all you do. So sling it, son, sling it, because just another hour, right?
Yeah, what's one more when you do like 12?
Exactly. Oh, and here we go tonight. I am at least semi prepared. I don't have a full show, but I am semi prepared. So there's that. I mean,
semi prepared for you is like 12 pages of notes instead of 40. So I'm
not saying anything. Because some of this is a lot of run-on stuff. So, I don't. I can't just say I have X number of pages of notes and know that that's going to be an hour's worth, because I don't know that. And some of it, like I said, is just run-on stuff that I would forego even speaking on anyway. But here nor there, I'm going to lean on you a little bit again, and and you can either mute me and turn me off, or you can exactly.
I'll be over here crying in my monster.
Cry in your monster. Oh, that's hilarious. Cry in your monster. Hey, I am. You've heard of a Cape Cod, yes? Vodka cranberry.
Yes.
Yes, I am drinking a Cape Canaveral tonight.
Okay, so that's what? Vodka,
orange
cranberry,
Gatorade
and
with
rocket fuel?
vodka.
Wait, what?
An orange Gatorade with vodka.
I could see that, I
Getting my
guess.
electrolytes and dehydrated all at the same time.
I mean, I was thinking a Cape Canaveral would be more tang, but whatever works, I guess.
Well, Gainesville's not that far away, so Yep. Anyway, it is good to be back, and I did want to get back on tonight, especially tonight, being that next week starts, that crap again, the dreaded summer schedule.
Oh man, I forgot about that.
I know. We forget every year.
Damn
I
it.
keep hoping they forget every year, but it never works that way. So yes, tonight we'll probably be. I'm not going to say it's the last you'll hear of me for the next 2 months, but I will be very sparse over the next 2 months. And I'm thinking I gotta go check. I have to check my work calendar again, but I think I think, yeah, it should end on July 31st. Should be back to normal August 1st. I know it sounds like a long way away, but I mean, hell, we're practically in June now, so it's really just June and July.
It's just 8 weeks worth of shows. No big deal.
I mean, we can we can get somebody to bump and fill that. I mean, we got plenty of show holes out there.
Eh. Well, I normally have to cut Steven off to make room for you anyway. So most the weeks he's on, I'll probably just let him go a little longer. I'm sure he could probably do it.
I mean, we could do that. We could get like a short-term contract run. Maybe Vincent Charles would be interested in filling the spot for a few weeks.
I mean, we could see.
I mean, I'm just saying, there's options.
He'll probably have to fill in for you on Toxic anyway, because reasons.
I mean, that's a very real thing. Yeah. So, but I'm just saying, there are options out there. You could run a special thing since you like working so much anyway. Rick's like, yeah, fuck you very much.
Yeah, I'm gonna start quoting the Democrat account here in a minute. Fuck you, you ugly bastard.
Yeah. 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 That was an angry little intern, wasn't it?
At least she's not. I mean, I don't even think she counts as an intern. Apparently, she's like 30 years old and full on part of the DNC and like angry cat lady vibes. I don't know, man.
Okay, I get it. Yeah. It's like somebody, one of my golf group, we call ourselves the usual suspects. One of the usual suspects sent me a golf video off of TikTok, and it showed a guy just duck hooking one hard left, and it says, "You ever hit one so far left that it grew blue hair and started protesting?"
Okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I thought so too. Yeah. Jeez. Yeah, and the answer is yes, I have. Oh, and related to that, God, made me think of this. So one of the other usual suspects gave me a driver to try several years back, and he just told me to try this. So I tried it, and lo and behold, everything was going left. And my natural swing tends to fade the ball back to the right. It starts a little left and then it comes back to the right. And everything was just going left and left and left. And I could not figure it out for anything. Every now and then one would straighten out and just, do what it was supposed to do. And finally, we were talking about it one day about, I don't know, probably a year and a half after he gave me the driver. And I was just like, every damn time I hit it, it goes left. And he goes, I wonder if that has anything to do with the fact that I cut 2 inches off the shaft. And I was like, well, that would have been nice to know considering you're 4 inches shorter than me to start with. I said, son of a bitch, no wonder. I'm compensating for the short shaft on the club that I didn't even know existed by bending over more, and that's causing my body to turn more and more to the left, and lo and behold, that's where my ball was going. So as soon as I switched back to my normal driver, oh, guess who was hitting his baby fade again? Yeah. Thanks, prick. And he's the best golfer in the group. It's not like I was a threat to his score or anything like that. I mean, geez. Hung me out to dry for a year and a half, wondering what the hell was wrong with my swing. And it was his club.
I guess maybe on some level he thought you would be a threat without that year and a half of you sucking. Oh, no.
Well, the only thing that I'm a threat on is being the long ball in the group, because even at my semi-advanced age, I still poke it a pretty good ways. Um, when you consider that I'm well, let's see, this is May. We'll just say that starting June 1st, I am June, July, August, September. I am 16 months away from technically being allowed to move to the forward tee box without penalty. And I can still hit a ball 300 yards. I don't hit it 300 every time, but I can. So, yeah, they'll have fun the day I move up like that. I'm not going to say anything to them. I'm just going to take my stuff and go up to the front box and hit and listen to them bitch and complain.
There's no way you should be hitting from there. I'm old enough, bitch.
Shut up. I'm old man. Oh, yeah. The good days. The good days. Anyway. Yeah. Retirement. Yeah. Yeah. Moving towards retirement. Yeah, I know. I know.
I'm not saying anything because I've said it a lot.
No, I know. I know. I just, you can say what you want to. I'm doing what I got to do to take care of me and mine. So, whoring for the money for the last
But
few
you were
years.
supposed to be helping me take over the world by now, damn it.
Whoring
Okay,
for
I'm
the
over it
money
now.
for my last few years. And yeah. Not taking over the world. I'm writing OSHA reports.
More fun to try to take over the world. Just saying.
Ugh, I don't know. OSHA sucks, man. You talk about you seen the people in the movies, who they pay to play the character that has like no personality, no sense of humor, no nothing. They're just there.
Oh yeah, it's always usually spot on.
Yeah, I mean that's like the entirety of OSHA. None of those people have a fucking sense of humor, can take a joke, can give a joke, or know how to even infer a joke. It's just everything is really write it down, write it down, write it down.
I made a joke to an OSHA guy once that he didn't have a sense of humor. He said if they wanted me to have one, they'd have issued it with my clipboard. So,
Well, there you go. That sounds about right. They are just, ugh. So, and I got this guy sitting on a desk, because I don't want to risk him going back on site yet until I hear from OSHA, whether they're actually going to investigate. That's what the report is for. And I'm like, okay, so if you're not going to investigate, what happens then? He said, well, the report can sometimes suffice, and if there are enough witnesses and blah 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 blah, that we'll just make for that finding, and then we'll deal with whatever we have to deal with at that point. Oh, okay. So when will I know? Well, we'll let you know. Okay. So in the meantime, I got this guy on a desk this week, and it's what, today's Wednesday, and he's just like, I'm going out of my fucking mind. He said, "This is horrible. How do you do this?" And I looked at him and I said, "I do this for you because I would rather be out there with you, but I'm in here protecting you and everybody else." And he kind of hung his head down a little bit and turned back around and got busy again. I just, it was either I do it or they hire some asshole bean counter worm type person like heads all the other divisions to do it. And he was like, okay, I get it. I get it. So anyway, and I had physical therapy today for the neck. So everything's always a little stiff after PT. And then usually tomorrow it feels good again, but it'll probably be a rough night of sleep. And then a good day tomorrow. I'll take it. It's fine. It they're still amazed that I don't have pain and stiffness and all the other things that should go with what my x-ray looks like. And
Did you tell him our theory
about
that the ghost of Chuck Norris is holding up your neck?
oh I did not tell him that. I didn't remember that, but I will definitely keep that one on my head now. The ghost of Chuck Norris is holding up my neck. Yeah. Well, that's possible. You know, I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand how it looks like it looks. And I mean, like I said, he put me like in a Kempo arm bar triangle head squeeze type motion. And he was like, that should have just brought you to tears and had you like screaming in pain. And I was like, no pain. He's like, he said something else that was kind of weird too, because, I am Gen X. I am a little on the higher side of Gen X age wise. I'm solidly Gen X. But it just, he said, I think your shoulders may be like hypermobile. And I was like, really? I was like, because my legs are like the complete opposite. They don't want to move at all. And he goes, well, no, I imagine not with your medical history. And I was like, well, yeah, I mean, I've never had shoulder problems. I said, I've had lower arm problems and, elbows and hands and things like that. But those were orthopedic incidents that were traumatic and not chronic or anything like that. So, I mean, I guess the fact that my shoulders work better than most people's at my age is a good thing, considering most of my joints don't. But anyway, here we go.
The only joints I have that work are the ones I spark up.
Dude, I could use some of that right now too.
Oh, so I don't know what all you have prepared, but did you see this Tallarico dude trying to eat barbecue with a napkin?
Yeah, actually, I did. I managed to get about 10 minutes online earlier, and I saw your lovely co-host Jen posted the picture, and she was like, "WTF with the napkin?" And I replied to her, "It's quote sanitary."
Well, the most ironic thing about this, and I'm going to put it on the screen for a second, but the most ironic thing about this is the same guy who just a couple months ago put out how he was that he was proud to announce that they were going to be the first meatless campaign, and now you have him doing this.
Well, it's
so I guess it's not really pandering when you're trying to win. I guess I don't know.
It is still pandering. It's also lying. It's also doing whatever you think you have to do to possibly pull one stray vote. Tallarico thinks that he is going to get a lot of the Cornyn vote. And I
don't think so.
For the life of me, I can't see that. And then he turns around at the same time while expecting the Cornyn vote and says that this whole election is stacked against him. Yeah. This guy, is
I mean, first of all, I've never met an actual Texan who wears that shirt unironically. For one.
No.
For two, you can tell dude doesn't normally eat meat because, yeah.
Exactly. Well, not that kind anyway.
Yeah. Well, yeah. This one.
Giggity, 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 goo.
And I'm not even convinced that he's actually taking a bite of that.
He's not. They took the shot right as he put his mouth on it, and I guarantee he put it down afterwards.
Because I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I have not seen any video of that.
Yeah, I haven't either. But I just thought it was interesting because his big thing a couple months ago was we're going to be the first ever meatless campaign, and then as soon as he wins the primary, he's like, "Guess what, guys? I like barbecue. Yeah. I'm a Texan, just like y'all."
I eat meat
anyway. Oh, I bet he does. Like I said,
yeah. I'm sure he swallowed a lot of.
He loves the glizzies. He loves the glizzies.
Anyway, Tallarico is a freak, and it would not surprise me if there was a satanic cult somewhere that was doing incantations to empower him to run.
It wouldn't surprise me.
What's that?
So that wouldn't surprise me at all. No. Have you seen his new group of folks? They're calling themselves Talafricos.
Oh my God! I saw the picture of him, Beto, and somebody else.
I wondered when your hamster was going to fall off the wheel. It's been a minute. There we go. Now you're back.
Did he drop?
Now you're back.
Yeah, we are storming again. So I mean, it has. We went from being in a drought. We actually had a 1 foot rain deficit a week ago, and we have erased it completely and have now gone to the surplus. So storms are rolling, and will continue to roll through tomorrow and Friday and Saturday and Sunday before we return to our normal 30 to 40% chance of scattered afternoon showers, for the summer. That's pretty much a summer day here. We get up to about 92, 93, 80% humidity, and a 30 to 40% chance of afternoon showers. That's a standard summer day here. You can get different patterns that roll in where you go wet or dry. A dry pattern in the summer here will be upper 90s to low hundreds with still fairly humid air. The humidity might drop a little bit because of the heat absorbing the moisture, but you're still looking at a good 70% humidity in those temperatures. And it's just absolutely disgusting. It feels like you have walked out of a shower to the outside and then get wrapped in a wet blanket. It's just.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a weather report coming in from G's area. My name is Roosevelt. Roosevelt, it is hot. It is hot and it is wet. And that is great when you're with a woman, but it's terrible when you're in Alabama. Right. It's crotch pot cooking weather out here.
Damn right.
I'm over it now.
Yeah. Do the George Carlin weather report. Downtown's much hotter, man, but downtown's on fire.
I just, when you started talking about how much water you had, the first thing that popped in my head was good.
Oh, yeah. God. Love some Robin Williams. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Wow. Look at us. Holy crap. We've already killed half the hour. I do have a happy ending for the show. And I actually do have 2 stories we can talk about a little bit too, but we We should probably just go ahead and burn the bottom of the hour break and then come back and do that.
Yeah, we should probably.
Yeah,
do that.
not smart to start it right now. So right at 7:30 or 8:30.
Yeah, you never want to peak too early with that.
Yeah, no, I hate when I
It's
peak
usually
early. Gets to be a problem when you age, but anyway.
It's kind of in line with you being able to use those front teeth. So. All right, folks, you are listening to the Conservative Curmudgeon Radio Show right here live on KLRNRadio.com. First half is in the books. Second half when we come back from the break.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Remember when entertainment was actually entertaining? When comedy was about being funny, movies were about telling great stories, and you didn't need a political lecture every time you hit play. Great entertainment still exists, it's just getting harder to find. Even the biggest streaming platforms leave audiences disappointed. That's why there's Studio TST, pure entertainment, real comedy, independent films, bold creators, movies, comedy, music, and more, and the home of fearless sketch comedy. That show tonight, entertainment the way you want it. Funny, creative, unapologetic, and agenda-free. Studio TST, the future of entertainment starts here. Join Studio TST today for just $5 a month.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
In uncertain times, we could use someone to lean on. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma will stand by you with plan options to fit your budget. If you've recently lost your job, had a baby, or moved, you can still get the healthcare coverage you and your family need. Financial help may be available for those who qualify. Call 855-452-BLUE or visit hereforyouok.com to see if you're eligible to enroll. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
All right, welcome back. And before we get rolling,
And G's hamster fell off the wheel again. Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. We're waiting for him to catch back up with us now. Wait, yes. I think he's back. Nope, you're back. You're back.
You're back. Okay. I didn't realize I dropped again. Damn it.
Yeah, right in the middle of you trying to come back from the break.
Oh, I was asking you what's on tap the rest of the
Behind Enemy Lines is coming up next, followed by Rick and Orty. That will be our closing act for the evening. Edge of Liberty's taking a hiatus for the month of June as well, so all you fuckers are leaving me.
I didn't know he was, so
I didn't find out till tonight, but it's all right.
I got you. Well, with me, it's every year, so it's just a matter of it sneaking up on us. Anyway, so tell me how. I know you've seen this. The latest ploy from the Democrats to try to, I guess, convince Americans to vote for them. They're going to fix healthcare. They want to have free primary care for all Americans.
Didn't they try this already?
I don't know, but this is now what their think tank is pushing them to go after. They're the Searchlight Institute Senior Fellow, not just a fellow, but a senior fellow, named David Bowen, a former Senate aide who helped craft the Affordable Care Act, said it would be delivered either through that law's marketplaces, expanding on the preventive services mandate, or through a new quote unquote public option that the group is calling the American Health Gateway. He said, we know very, very well. I guess he's using that Trump speech, got to throw that extra very in there. That getting people better primary care is a conduit to better overall health. Yeah, it's a conduit to savings, he said, and we want to make sure that people are not dissuaded by cost from doing that. This is their brilliant plan. He goes through the proposal, talks. They're screaming about millions of Americans have lost access to health insurance because Republicans killed the subsidies. The subsidies should have never been. The ACA should have never been. And it's just being shown for the disaster that it is, by canceling the subsidies. You can't just count on everybody else to pay for everybody else's health care. Half the nation paying for the other half. No. See, they want to talk about people that lost coverage or have now unaffordable coverage because of the subsidies. Let's talk about the people that lost coverage or had such gigantic increases it might as well have not been coverage when they forced the ACA on people. Yeah, they don't care about those millions of people because they already had insurance. Now they can just join the ACA. Well, that's exactly what happened to them. They were forced to go into an ACA plan, and it cost them more than what they were paying before. But they don't care about those people. Those are not the people they care about because those are the middle class people. They want the middle class to pay for the poor, not the rich. They talk the game of wanting the rich to pay, but the rich already pay plenty. How much do you have to tax somebody before they say, you know what, enough of this shit. I'm going to take my money and my product and my company and I'm going to go somewhere else. Why don't we ask Seattle's mayor? Because she's run, of all companies, Starbucks out of Seattle. And they're now going to be in Tennessee with their headquarters. And a $100 million plus investment with thousands of jobs for Tennesseans. And just take all of that tax base away from Seattle. She laughed when they talked about companies leaving, and she even waved bye to them while she laughed. Now, even Democrats are saying that her policies are reckless and she is screwing things up big time. I don't know. I just the ACA does have a preventive services mandate and requires most insurers to cover things like vaccinations and cancer screenings without charging a copay or deductible. Searchlight's primary care proposal takes that much further. If a person shows up at the doctor and has an ear infection, for instance, the evaluation and prescription for that would be cost free. Cost free. Yeah. If you get basic primary care, sort of in a variety of settings, this too would be free at the point of service. So they're calling it would be an expansion, is what they're saying. He said it's not obviously free care for everything, but it is a significant chunk of additional services that are going to make differences in people's lives. Well, yeah, I mean, this is the best part. This is the best part. The senior fellow of the think tank, Mr. Bowen, refused to answer questions about how it would be paid for. No shit, right? But said obviously there would have to be some increases in things, or taxes, or premiums and deductibles. So if you're paying a deductible, it's not free primary care because you're still having to meet a deductible of something, whether it's $300 or $500 or whatever. You're on the hook for that first chunk of money. So it's not free. And he said, obviously, things like hospital stays, surgery, cancer treatment, and more specialized care would not be covered. Obviously, right? Obviously, Rick.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. Just the day-to-day stuff, Just the day-to-day stuff. So what do you think is going to happen to quote unquote primary care providers if this happens? Yeah, exactly.
I don't really know how else to put it. They're just going to implode.
They're either going to A, retire, or B, they're going to go specialize in something and move out of primary care, or C, they'll just career change. I mean, really, why would you? Well, okay, there is another option. They could quadruple or quintuple book every appointment slot and just make it a frickin' mill, because they're going to get reimbursed by the government on a per patient basis. So they'll see 100 patients a day to make up for the money they're losing. I'm sure that's going to be some high quality care there. But yeah, I love the part how they, oh, well, we're not ready to discuss how it would be paid for just yet. We just want Democrats to start pushing the idea. Yeah. It's amazing. Amazing. And they'll do it one step at a time. And the weak ass Republicans will allow it to happen because they don't know any better. They're stupid. They're weak. What can you do? Like I told you guys a couple of weeks ago, the kid that's running for House District 1, AL1 seat here, his name is Austin Sidwell, and he said, if you're tired of the problems that exist in Washington, D.C., then quit sending the same types of people, because the same types of people are going to give you the same types of problems. Pretty smart fella. He gets it. And, he's right. He's absolutely right. You need somebody different. Texas just spoke. They're going to get a different voice. Whether that's going to be a Talafrico or a Ken Paxton, I'm not involved in Texas politics. I do have a preference, but I'm not involved in Texas politics. So we'll see what Texas decides. Oh, and speaking of Texas, did you see the hood rat Jasmine Crockett? You see her comments the other day?
What did Slavey Ratchet say now?
Well, she grew up going to that what was it, like $1,000 a month day school kind of place, her rich parents sent her to. And now she's talking about how she was a farm girl. She drove tractors and worked in the fields, and well, you can't do that if you're at this private boarding school. So, that somebody was saying, oh, she's just trying to claim to go country to act like a real Texan. And I said, well, why not? There's dumb enough to fall for it. It worked for Beyonce, right?
Yeah, I mean, she was like pretty high on the country charts there for a while. So
all of a sudden Beyonce's country, and Cowboy Carter, and oh yeah, right, okay. Jesus. People are fucking stupid. But what can you do? You know who's not stupid?
Who?
Ron DeSantis is not stupid. He has called for a special session to begin June 1st that would lead to meaningful changes in Florida's homestead property tax structure. Basically, he wants to eliminate 98% of all property taxes. He unveiled a formal plan that he had been previewing for months for the historic plan to make your homestead property tax free. He said, I want to get something done, and the way to do it is to focus on homestead property owners. He provided a path for voters to decide in November as work on the state budget is finally complete, except for the ultimate vote on Friday. And Brian Avila will carry the legislation as Senate Joint Resolution 2F and Senate Bill 4F. And it will go to the Appropriations Committee Monday and could be on the floor as soon as the next day. Wow. DeSantis has initially suggested that relief would be instantaneous, but as revealed in recent months, a more phased-in approach would be introduced to the legislature to allow local governments to prepare for the revenue decline with a transition time. Property taxes would be required to be used for core services like schools, first responders, and the like, he said under his proposal. He anticipates that foreigners and snowbirds would be taxation targets for local governments, but the proposal would limit small business value appreciation to 5% year over year. He doubts the legislature or voters would be willing to go cold turkey in eliminating homestead property taxes, so he's moving forward with a bottom-up approach to give them more comfort. The initial break for taxpayers would be a raising of the homestead limit to $150,000 under this plan beginning January 1st of 27. And then by the beginning of 2028, that limit would be raised to $250,000. From there, the legislature would be commanded to create a schedule to eliminate homestead property taxes already, allowing 92% of those with values up to $500,000 the break. This is huge. Now, there are plenty of homes in Florida worth more than $500,000, and they would not be getting the break. But it's amazing. Florida generates enough tourism money that they don't need the property taxes. They don't need the property taxes. They'll still have plenty of money in their budget. There will not be, where it hits is the local level. Like he was talking about the schools and first responders and things like that. But there are ways to help mitigate that too. And that will be all part of the package. We don't have the time to go all through the details of it all, but there are people that he is worried about that will attempt to sandbag his capstone policy proposal. He appears to have voters on his side, according to a poll. 77% of Floridians support it, with 85% of Republicans and 68% of Democrats on board. What does that mean? Well, I don't know. I don't know if that means the same thing in Florida as it means in DC, because 80% in DC is apparently not enough to get legislature done. 80% of Americans wanting it is not enough. Not enough for John Thune, the spineless stack of male bovine excrement. But we'll see what happens in Florida. This is going to start next week. I mean, this could be done literally by the next show date, which will be somebody else on the air. But yeah. So it could start with everything valued up to 150 being exempt, and then the following year everything up to 250, and then the following year up to 500. Now, once you hit the 500 mark, $500,000 homes in Florida, that's a lot of homes in Florida. And still, even with that, even with a $500,000 cap, they're still going to collect millions and millions and millions of dollars in property taxes based on the valuations. And I mean, I know where there are homes in Florida that are worth just millions and millions and millions, and there's just rows and rows and rows of them. Florida's not going to go broke by doing this. So they just have to manage the money correctly. That's what it boils down to. I mean, there'll be plenty of it. Just manage it correctly. So anyway, I guess that leads us, to about time for the guaranteed happy ending.
Giggity, 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 let's have sex.
Look at, he had it ready. He had it ready. He's not the best for nothing, folks. You can pat yourself on the back now, Rick.
I'm waiting to pat myself on the front.
Oh, well, excuse me.
I mean, it is a happy ending. Just don't judge me.
There you go. Well, Tonight's happy ending comes from the other side of the globe. We have to go all the way around and then cross the equator to the southern hemisphere to Kiwi land. That's right, New Zealand. The story of a man who saved the dog from the pound, and the same dog saved him from perishing in a house fire not a week later. How about that? Even though her new forever home has turned to ashes, Hazel the dog managed to save the only thing that really mattered, a life. With a well-placed bite, she woke her sleeping owner, who found to his surprise that the house was on fire. The incident occurred, and this is enough to be a happy ending right here. There is a town in New Zealand called Wakatane. Wakatane. Yes.
It's like a tea.
They say the blaze grew beyond anyone's ability to control, faster than anybody had imagined. Firefighters had been called early on, but for Hazel the dog, it wasn't soon enough. Hazel, who had been surrendered by 2 previous owners, was still only 9 months old at the time, and she woke her new owner up in time to escape with only a case of smoke inhalation. The dog actually bit him to wake him up. If his dog wasn't there, he wouldn't be here, said the home's property manager. The lady from the rescue kennel where Hazel was living said the tenant's decision to adopt Hazel had definitely saved that life. Said that the man had saved Hazel's life by adopting her, and now that favor had been returned. Amazing that it happened so quickly, I guess. You see dogs saving their families all the time, but this truly, I mean, they had been together for about a week, and Hazel's previous owners had her and then gave her up because they wanted to make a quote unquote lifestyle change. Yeah. That's they dumped her so they could make a lifestyle change. Yeah. Well, maybe their house will catch on fire now. Who knows? Bastards. Should not be treating Hazel like that. Nobody puts Hazel in the corner. Nobody. But anyway, that's a happy ending to me. Hazel's a hero, a heroine, however you want to put it. If you're one of those, go complain about my use of words to your Zer friend, and
I don't know. You had me at heroin.
What's that?
I said you had me at heroin. Oh wait,
had you at heroin? Yes. Yeah. Anyway, folks, that's a happy ending. Any way you slice it, a dog saving a human life after the human saved the dog. That's just good stuff. And if you like it, you're my kind of people. But tell your friends. And if your friends like it, you need new ones. But they and you are welcome here with me. Well, coming up soon anyway. Again.
Yeah, he'll be back sometime in August.
Yeah, I'll be back in August. You can be welcome with me back in August, and we'll do it all from over there. Anyway, I'm your host, The Grouch. Peace.
Until August.
I hate this place. Nothing works here. The medications don't work. I've been here for 7 years.
Here's to you, feel the grass, 'cause the last few nights have kicked my ass. If they give you hell, tell them go fuck themselves. Here's to us, 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 here's to love, here's to everybody well. Here's to us, here's to love, here's to us. Here's to us.
Remember when entertainment was actually entertaining? When comedy was about being funny, movies were about telling great stories, and you didn't need a political lecture every time you hit play. Great entertainment still exists, it's just getting harder to find. Even the biggest streaming platforms leave audiences disappointed. That's why there's Studio TST, pure entertainment, real comedy, independent films, bold creators, movies, comedy, music, and more, and the home of fearless sketch comedy. That show tonight, entertainment the way you want it. Funny, creative, unapologetic, and agenda-free. Studio TST, the future of entertainment starts here. Join Studio TST today for just $5 a month.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio. All right, so we're still waiting on the Behind the Enemy Lines crew, so we're just going to park it here for a minute.
here with you. I am late. It is all on me. And before I even let Ross make fun of me, we got to bring in Rick.
So I want to thank you all for being here. And now, who am I introducing next? Who's next?
Not me. I don't know. Who's next? I have no idea. Why am I not hearing you guys now? It's weird.
Involved in a project I wanted to do
there
for
we
a
go.
show. Oh, you can hear me now? Okay, yeah, I don't care. I had an idea for the show. It was like a last-minute inspiration, and I didn't really have time to download any clips or anything like that, so I had them all on X ready to go, and oh boy, panic attack time. Anyway, Russ, how you doing?
I'm doing great. So wait, let's not just gloss over what Rick is showing our age collectively. I think anyone under the age of 40 has no idea what Rick's tagline means.
I can't.
Yeah, but the important folks do. So.
Do you remember that was what we used to call people back in the 90s and late 80s?
Oh, you're
I'm
a little
officially
more than that, man.
I'm officially BEL's adopted Jerry's kid.
No, you're not.
You
You're a whole lot more than you're our Make-A-Wish kid. That's
Hey, that
modern
would
day
probably be
version,
more
right?
relevant. I should probably change it.
Well, listen, we got a lot to talk about here tonight, even though it may not look like it right now. And I'm waiting for some people to catch up and come in because we were late, and I appreciate people coming in now. When you're coming in, let us know you're in the chat. Say, hey, how you doing? And also hit that thumbs up button as you're entering the chat. I'm going to do that right now on mine. Oh, there it is right there. Got that taken care of. So we're going to be talking a lot about how Democrats are big mad at people in sports liking Trump, and how they're trying to own that space now, and how that's not going to work. We're going to take a look at what happened in Texas last night with their runoff primaries. And man, oh man, is Trump just on a roll. The revenge tour Galloway is in full effect.
Totally in full effect. I was actually not too worried about this last one. Gordon is like, we all knew that, and Texas was like kind of a no-brainer. I was more worried about the Massey one, to be honest, because I just know lots of mass holes across the country that were supporting him, and I was very impressed that Trump was able to take that motherfucker down. But yeah, the revenge tour is going great. Like I said, I don't think we're going to lose the midterms, but I don't even care if we do. To me, it's all about the vengeance. This is making my day.
Well, there you see it on the screen, Rick. 111 now? I don't even know. 118 for 118 for Trump. How crazy is that?
Yeah, I mean, again, these are just scrimmages, but that kind of percentage, batting 100% even in scrimmages is kind of amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than just scrimmages. It's cleaning up your own house. And for me, it's pretty astounding. I think Trump did something similar to this back in 2018. And then it didn't go as well as he wanted it to go as far as the midterms back then. But there was the whole Russia scandal thing going on, and a lot of variables there as well. So there's something to be said about cleaning up your own house. But I think, as you'll see throughout this show, this is a generational shift going on right now. I want to get to the Fox News clip here of the discussion about Trump's endorsements and how things went. Let me add this to the stage, and then I'm going to play that video on there. Again, I didn't have time to do the video clips, but let's try this anyway. Let me know if you guys can hear this, okay? Are you able to hear it?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
Check your volume settings. They're probably at 0 on X. It does that to me all the time.
Hang on. Volume settings are maximum. Let me make sure that the tab
Make sure you don't
working.
have the tab muted.
Yeah, how do I do that?
Right click.
Yep. Oh,
And then it
no,
should
it's not muted. It's not muted.
Oh.
So I'm going to try it this way.
Okay.
Let's try it this way.
Yep. Nope. I got nothing. That's weird.
You got
It should
nothing?
be fine. Got
God
nothing.
damn it.
Can you hear it? Because if you can hear it,
I can hear it just fine on my end. Yeah. So
okay.
all right.
So kill the screen share and put it up
Okay.
again. That'll probably let us hear it. It does that to me all the time in Restream.
All right, let's try that. Sorry, guys. This is the way it goes sometimes. I'm gonna share it a different way. Give me 1 second.
He hasn't paid his bills. StreamYard is cutting us off.
I got to pay the bills, right? Got to pay the cost to be the boss. Is that what it is? All right. Let's try it this way. We're going to share them one by one, it looks like here. All right. We're going to try this one more time. Let me know if you can hear it.
Races and Senate races.
Got it
This
now.
is his.
You got it now? All right. So we're going to maximize this shit, and we're going to go do it this way.
Races and Senate races. This is his scorecard, okay? He has endorsed 8 governors. Now, some of these races weren't real close, didn't have a lot of competition, but some of them did. I mean, we saw what happened in Louisiana, the primary of Bill Cassidy. We saw what happened a week ago tonight with Tom Massey in Kentucky. And now we're seeing it again tonight, okay, in Texas. Governor level, Trump endorsed 8. He won 8 times. U.S. House, 101 endorsed. He won 101 endorsed in the House, and he won 101. Let me put on the pencil right here and show you this. U.S. Senate, Sean, he has endorsed 8 candidates. And prior to tonight, he had won 8 times. And now you can take the endorsement from 8 to 9 endorsed, and from 8 to 9 winner. Ken Paxton was outspent 9-1. Got the endorsement from Trump, got the endorsement of Wesley Hunt, the congressman who got knocked out 2.5 months ago. And now we got the setup in Paxton and Tellerico. Many Republicans felt if John Cornyn could win tonight, that he could be an easy winner over Tellerico. We'll never know that now. And a lot of they could save a lot of money too if Cornyn won. But that did not happen. Here's what will happen, Sean, in November. In Texas, probably the most expensive Senate race that we have seen ever.
And let's just leave it there. A couple of points that he brought up. First one being, Ross, that Paxton outspent 9-1. It's kind of ridiculous.
It is kind of ridiculous. But even, when you listen to Cornyn's concession speech, and this is true everywhere, but in Texas, he said something like 8% of registered voters vote in the primary. And of that, Paxton got 60+%. So at the end of the day, he got somewhere between 4.5% and 5% of all registered voters in Texas. So, I mean, how many pieces of mail can you send to such a small universe of voters, right? So the money advantage, I get it. Money is always a big thing, but $10 million to reach out to a few tens of thousands of voters versus $100 million, like what's the difference really? So I don't, I get it. We want to, spike the football and he overcame this huge thing. But at the end of the day, Cornyn is a terrible person, terrible candidate, terrible Republican, and it was a very small voter universe. So I'm not shocked by Paxton blowing him out. Paxton's also not some guy off the street. Like he's won statewide races, which we'll get to when we start talking about his Democrat opponent.
Absolutely. Rick, what do you think about the conventional thinking that Republicans are not going to have to spend a lot more money to get Paxton over the line against Tellerico? Do you think that is cope from the establishment that's on the way out?
Yeah, exactly. That's the establishment basically kicking their feet and throwing a fit because they didn't get their guy. If you've seen anything from Tellerico, this guy makes Beto O'Rourke look more Texan, and he's actually from Texas, which is scary.
Yeah, and I do want to pull up an image here as I'm downloading videos. Democrats have a type, and I just want to show you this real quick. This is the last 3 Democrat Senate candidates that they put up in Texas. Now, I'm not going to say there's a trend. There's a little bit of a trend here.
You guys seen the movie Multiplicity?
I don't know if it means there's a lot of soy in Democrat circles in Texas, but damn, they got a type.
You guys ever seen this? You guys remember the movie Multiplicity? I think we're getting to the point where we're getting the diminishing returns on the clones.
And Gene, what is that type? Let's explore that a little bit.
2 male.
What type of man would you say that these 3 people represent
stale.
right here?
I think the type is 2 male, 2 pale, 2 stale, and 2 beta. What do you think?
Queer,
soy boy. I think the type
victorious soy boys. And part is this last one, which is why like I'm not worried about Paxton winning statewide. Tallarico was a vegan. He claims he's not now. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know. Maybe it's like sex that you could just go back and forth or whatever. Was a vegan. Now he's not. In Texas, of all places, he said God is non-binary. I don't know if you have those clips. That God is that there's actually 6 genders. Now the other day he said there's only 2. Right? Like this guy is done. You don't need a whole lot of money to beat this guy. First of all, the news is playing a lot of the clips. So I know it's mostly Fox News, but you throw a few commercials of his own words in recent years. It's not like it's from 30 years ago where all Democrats were sort of sane. This guy's been saying this like 2 years ago. Right? He's not going to win.
Well, let's take a look at the opening salvo from Republicans in Texas. Check out this ad right here.
Baby Crockett, there's a new Texas trailblazer in town, and their name is James Tallarico, the man who bragged, our office is the first in the history of Texas to add pronouns to our official business cards.
Already up to a rip-roaring start. He, it, them is James Tallarico, and now they're going to list all the things that Galloway was just talking about.
I am running around like a crazy person today,
spreading his white skin wherever he goes.
I am not a perfect Christian. Prophetic voices like Jesus have helped me reckon with my own whiteness, my own masculinity, and it's a painful process.
Bearing the...
Wait, what just happened there? I think I screwed something up. Give me 1 second.
Gene Tallarico. Crazy person.
No, it's so sensitive.
Cross of white skin and unambiguous masculinity.
I was a big nerd in high school. Never played sports. I probably shouldn't out myself like this.
Yeah,
Sex is a spectrum, and oftentimes it can be very ambiguous. God is both masculine and feminine and everything in between. God is non-binary.
Straight from Revelations in the woke James Bible.
I want us all to be aware of that there are many more than 2 biological sexes. In fact, there are 6.
6 of them. We narrowed it down to 6. Bob here says, nope, there's 2. Tallarico says 6, Galloway.
Now, but here's the thing, man. Like, obviously, if there's a debate or he gets questioned by a reporter for an interview, he's going to say, like, he's evolved or he didn't really mean it. But no matter what, the follow-up question has to be, and I will actually pay money for this question to be asked and hear the answer. Name the 6, even if you don't believe it still, what are the 6 genders that you were referring to? I just want to know. I'm curious as hell. Does anyone know? Do you guys know?
Yeah, if you
like,
know,
I'm not really in touch with pop culture. What are the 6 supposed genders?
Yeah, I know we got a troll or 2 in the chat. So if you want to let us know what the 6 genders are, then let us know right now.
Seventh day, he, it, they rested. And the woke James.
Wait, what were you saying, Rick?
I said they're only here to troll. They don't care.
But they should make us. They should be able to educate us. After all, we're just dumb MAGA, right? I mean, come on.
But not James Tallarico. He built an ark big enough for all creatures.
To be able to write legislation that benefits not just the people, but also our animal friends.
Just like the Supreme Court said, 1 cow, 1 vote.
Now, existential, that we try to reduce our meat consumption. It's the right thing to do and the moral thing to do.
In Texas, you're saying you want to stop meat consumption.
How great is this commercial? The woke James Bible. It's so fucking great.
It's a very good ad. It's a very effective ad, in my opinion. I'm loving every minute of it. If you guys want, there's a whole lot of this. There's a whole lot more of this ad that you can watch online. I do want to get into some of the harder analysis here about Tallarico in this race, because I really don't think that Democrats understand exactly what they're getting themselves into by going back into this cycle, Rick, of beta male rinse repeat that is going on here.
No, I mean, so back to this whole 6 genders thing. Believe it or not, there's actually some foundation in this in early Judaism. They actually do list multiple genders, or what they considered multiple legal statuses of gender, which is, I think, where these people are pulling this crap from. But it's still mainly just male and female. The rest of them are for people that, that were either, you couldn't really tell by looking. One of them was androgynous. The other one was tantum, a person whose sexual characteristics are hidden, obscured, or indeterminate. So kind of the same thing. So yeah, there were in ancient times legal definitions that could term someone to not be male or female, but that was because things used to be very male specific. So if you didn't look the part, they could take your stuff away from you, which is kind of the whole point of all of that crap. So it's not that these things aren't based in some form of fact. They're just based in things that we don't really recognize anymore. And it's just dumb. Just take Genesis at face value. God created everything in two sexes because it's the only way you can reproduce. So that's really all you just saying. But yeah, anyway, sorry. I had to point that out since nobody from the chat could bother to explain where this comes from.
I love how Rick tried to just explain 6 genders to us. That was phenomenal.
Right? I'm more confused now than I was before.
I didn't say it makes sense. I'm just saying that's where they're pulling that's where they're pulling this from, is from ancient rabbi text from Judaism. It exists. It's just dumb. And it was all about legal statuses. It wasn't about believing that somebody was actually something other than male or female. It was, oh, since you look the part, we'll say you're male and you can inherit things. And since you don't, you're female and you don't get to inherit nothing. That's all what that really was. So
yeah, well, I like to stay grounded in reality. And I want to know what the reality is for a Tallarico campaign. And I did find this analysis from some GOP analysts, analysts, whatever you want to call them. I don't know if you want to take this at face value, but it doesn't seem like anyone's quivering in their boots on the Republican side when it comes to Tallarico.
On all this, pollster of American Pulse Research and Polling, host of the Political Trade Secrets podcast, Dustin Olson, along with principal of Cornerstone Public Affairs, former Republican National Committee Deputy Communications Director Cassie Smedley. Good morning to you both. So, Dustin, earlier in this hour, we had Republican National Committee Chair Joe Gruters questioning whether Texas would elect a vegan senator and someone who called God non-binary. I know Democrats are excited, but the Oppo file has not fallen on this guy yet.
Yeah, I actually think that between Jasmine Crockett and Tallarico, that we got the better choice. He definitely is, a target-rich environment for sure. The fact that he says God is non-binary, that there's 6 genders. I mean, these are things that do not fit with Texas values. So I actually think this is not going to be particularly competitive come the fall. And honestly, the polling before the primary showed Cornyn and Paxton at about the same level against him.
Yeah, the 6 genders thing is what does it for me. But Cassie, State Rep James Tallarico is already...
You see the guy on the left, the host? He's like laughing about the vegan aspect, laughing about the 6 genders. They're laughing me out of the race. Are Republicans too overconfident here, Galloway?
I honestly, though, I'm shocked that this is how you know the Democrats know that they cannot win in Texas, by the way. They talk a good game every few years, and they always make a show out of thinking they're going to beat Ted Cruz. But to show you that they know for sure they can't win is that they nominated this guy, right? Even their autopsy, the DNC autopsy report from 2024, referenced all this stuff about Kamala Harris's she's for them, they, and theirs, and Trump's for you, right? This like transgender stuff and shitting on Christianity and 6 genders, that is like so 2022, 2023, politics. Even the Democratic Party has moved on from that for the most part. You don't see them defending this anymore. And now in a state where they claim to think that it's a purple state and it's competitive, they nominate a vegan transgender apologist. Do you have the clip, Gene, where he talks about the thing he loves most other than his family is transgender children? Kind of serious candidate in Texas?
I don't have that.
I have it if you want it. Hang on.
Yeah, if you want to, that'd be great. I'm going to continue on with the analysis coming from these GOP consultants.
On Senator Cornyn's supporters to join his campaign.
Yeah, I thought this was interesting. Obviously, this is something, Politics 101. When there's a primary and a side loses, the other side of the aisle will say, come over to my side if your side lost. And does he really think, Rick, that he's going to get Republicans, even Republicans that supported Cornyn, on his side? Come on.
I mean, I think he's delusional enough to think it might happen. I don't think it's actually going to happen, but I think he's delusional enough to think it might.
I tend to agree with you. Let's see what the
the dude
so-called
thinks he can
experts
win
have
in Texas as a vegan.
Let's see how the so-called experts have to say here.
Texas hasn't elected a Democrat to statewide office since 1994. I don't see this happening at all. People might have supported Cornyn, but they're all Republicans, and they're going to go, I believe, with Paxton. What do you think?
Yeah, well, for a few, at least, which is what you were just talking about James Tallarico, who is this wolf in sheep's clothes experiment, except it's failing spectacularly because he's saying the quiet parts out loud. All of the Dem consultants are saying, wait, you're just supposed to be this Bible beater guy. Why are you saying all those weird things?
Yeah.
So they've got that problem. Number two, Senator Cornyn very quickly last night in his speech offered his support to Ken Paxton and the Republican ticket. So his supporters will follow his lead. And number three, people love to forget Ken Paxton has won statewide in Texas multiple times. He didn't fall off the turnip truck yesterday. This is someone that Texans know, and someone they have voted for and supported, and they're going to do it again.
That's something that nobody's really talking about, Ross. How Paxton, for all his faults and all his dings and dents and all the trouble that he's gotten into, he's won statewide 3 different occasions. So this is a seasoned statewide campaigner for a very big state.
Yes. That's what I mean. Like, it's not like Paxton is some crazy guy with a Nazi tattoo on his chest who he nominated to run for Senate, right? He's won statewide races. He made his bones by constantly suing the unconstitutional acts of the Biden administration, right? So he's MAGA through and through, this guy. He was also unfairly, they showed a picture on the news earlier today of his mugshot. He's like in a suit and tie smiling because he was also unfairly targeted by the rhinos in the Texas legislature with all kinds of false accusations, and they attempted to impeach him and didn't get enough votes to remove him, right? So this guy's like a little Trump out there in Texas, and he's going to blow away Tallarico.
And let's talk about Cornyn for a second, Rick. He says he's going to tell his people and he's going to endorse Paxton going forward, something that Bill Cassidy didn't do. What do we have to say on Cornyn here? Is it goodbye and good riddance, or is it just goodbye?
I mean, I have to do a little bit of, I don't live in Texas, so for me, it's just goodbye. But Texans flat out said goodbye and good riddance when he lost by like almost 30 points. So
yeah, to the tune of 28 points. You remember Dick Lugar from back in the day who lost the primary? He didn't even lose that big in Texas. But Cornyn is now the latest in a chain of what I like to call a generational shift in Congress. And I'm going to show you now the reason why I was late, and I want to get Ross's reaction to this little thing I put together, which brings us somewhat up to date on the 2026 midterm election season. Let's bow our heads and take a moment of silence for the fallen politicians and buffoons. Complete with out-of-tune bagpipes and everything. That was for you.
I want that on every show going forward. And where was MTG? Did I miss her? There's more that need to be in there.
There's only so much I could have gotten done. I can continue to add people to this. MTG will certainly be added to it. You got to give me a list of everybody else you want on there. That was just on the top of my head.
So for primary, for the rest of the
definitely more.
For the rest of the political season, you should just keep adding to it, and right after final thoughts, you guys should just do the talking political dead segment.
The dying whale in the background with the bad bagpipes or whatever that I came up with.
Oh, that was brilliant. I love it. You need to send me that video. I need it.
I'll send it to you after I add MTG to it. But yeah, Stuart jumping into the chat saying, yep, that's the sad version of Titanic or Taps. It was just a dying bagpipe is all it was. There was no real tune to it. It was I said, hey, give me something that is really, really loud, really, really out of tune, and it'll be perfect for an immemorial satire. And that's what was spit out at me.
And when you think of it, Gene, we talked about this last week. This is textbook draining the swamp. You're one of those people were swamp creatures, both Republicans and Democrats, right? The man's draining the swamp.
Absolutely. And there are rhinos and Democrats that are both upset about it. If both sides are getting upset by this sort of activity, Rick, tells me they're on the right track, that the Trump administration is on the right track when it comes to getting rid of these people.
Well, yeah, I mean, this has been one of my opening salvos ever since I started doing this kind of work is, when it comes right down to it, the establishment in both parties want exactly the same thing. They just, the speed with which they want to get us to that final destination is a little different because they're hoping either we'll get there so fast we don't notice or we'll get there slowly enough that we don't notice. And that's exactly what Trump is doing. He's getting rid of these people that have bought into this uniparty BS. And it's about damn time. I mean, at this point, I think he said it pretty beautifully today during one of his cabinet meeting questions, because somebody was like, well, do you have any concerns about the midterm with Iran? He's like, what I have concerns about is Iran getting a nuclear weapon. This is exactly what we keep saying we want to send to DC, is somebody who doesn't care about the next election. They care about getting things done. And I think that whatever happens next, Donald Trump has put the Republican Party on a completely new trajectory, and I think it's going to work best for the people.
I tend to agree with that, but we will never know until the elections pan out. And that's kind of the big deal out of all of this. We need to see what happens in the general election because, listen, primaries are one thing. You can deal with one party pretty easily and you have sway over your voters. But it's another thing to deal with Democrats and to see exactly how the electorate is going to react to this sea change, really, Galloway, in party politics. There's a lot of generic ballots out there talking about how Democrats are ahead. I keep telling people generic ballots don't mean diddly because congressional races are just as much local as they are national. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I'm never a generic ballot because you also have to throw in a curve where it's like, as long as the Republicans are only down -5 against the Democrats in a generic ballot, they usually do well, in House races. All right, well, that just shows you that's a BS indicator of how to measure that, right? Because like you said, they're all local races, right? So you might have, a Republican that wins against no challenger, 100% of the vote, and in some districts it's a little closer, right? So that generic ballot is BS because, theoretically they're polling people in districts that are not competitive, right? And if you misrepresent how many people you pull out of there, it's going to throw off that thing. At the end of the day, and I've said this for several months now, Tallarico came the closest to articulating what I'm about to ask. What is the current Democratic Party platform, right? Is it Vism and, God is non-binary? What is their platform? That, we're looking at even Los Angeles where, what's his name? Spencer Pratt is tearing it up out there because the Democrats are full of shit. They literally have nothing to run on anywhere, not even locally, like a city race, which is easy, right? You don't need to touch the national issues, touch on potholes, and they can't do it.
Yeah, and that's actually a perfect transition to what we can talk about now because we're about halfway through the show here. Hey, folks, give us a thumbs up while you're listening. Subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell wherever you may be watching. in talking about what a Democrat's platform is these days, they seem to be all over the place in a lot of respects. Recently, at least in the People's Republic of New York, it's spazzing out over sports and any relation to Trump. Apparently, it is only okay for sports figures to come together with politics if they're talking positively about Democrats. I don't know if you guys follow the sports balls. I don't know how big of a fan you are for football or for basketball or whatever is going on these days, but New York Giants quarterback Jackson Dart introduced Trump at a rally in Rockland County, New York. It's a little bit north of the People's Republic of New York City. And people lost their ever-loving mind over this. Let me just show you the controversial thing that Jackson Dart did here. So he's going to come out. Let's skip to that part. Here he is coming out. Oh, maybe some music can't play.
What's up?
Some music we can't play, but let's get on with it. Oh well, a little bit of music.
What's up? Yeah. Big Blue Nation, it's a pleasure to be here. I gotta start this off with a Go Big Blue. I'd love it if y'all would follow with me. Go Big Blue! Go Big Blue! Go Big Blue! Go Big Blue! What an honor, what a privilege it is to be here. And without further ado, I'm grateful, I'm honored, I'm pleasured to introduce the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump.
And again, we'll phase out the music here. That's it. That's all he did. Kid from Utah, happens to be an NFL quarterback, introducing the president at a rally. But the uproar, Galloway, was beyond the pale. It was completely ridiculous.
And yeah, and it's actually quite offensive. Like, I saw a bunch of clips of other football players talking about how, like, offended they were. It just shows you, like, how uneducated these people are. Suppose they're all, like, college graduates playing in the NFL. You know, how is it racist or inappropriate for a young athlete to introduce the current president of the United States, right? It's not like he's some candidate, a fringe candidate running for office somewhere. Even then, like, you know, your First Amendment right should trump, pun intended, I guess. But for this is the sitting president of the United States. So for anyone to have an issue with this, I don't like Joe Biden. I don't like Barack Obama, right? But I would never say, like, oh, well, that athlete's dead to me because he introduced the president at an event, right? It's pathetic when he. It truly is TDS. People, like, it's overused, that term, but how else can you explain this?
Well, you know, if he was introducing Barack Obama, Rick, or if he was introducing Joe Biden, nobody would have a problem with this whatsoever.
No, because nobody on our side would give a damn. We might point and laugh and be like, "Hey, he just introduced a vegetable." That'd probably be about the extent of it. But other than that, we don't really care. But yeah, they are completely losing their minds over this stuff, and it's just, I mean, again, as Ross said, this has become a completely overused term, and I now know somebody who I can't say too much about because I technically work with them through Salem, who has now two versions of TDS: TDS Type 1 and TDS Type 2. TDS Type 1 is when Trump can't do anything right, and TDS Type 2 is when Trump does everything right, no matter what. But yeah, TDS Type 1 is definitely in full display, especially when, again, a young quarterback who is, I mean, let's not forget, New York is where Trump was born.
Yeah. And it's also where he was raised. It's also where he made his fortune.
His home state. He had the wherewithal to change the entire New York City skyline, and now they hate him because of the letter behind his name. That's it.
And you know who hates
the letter behind his name.
And you know who probably hates him the most are those shrews on The View who were talking about Jackson Dart. And listen to this nonsense.
People were not happy with Dart's open political endorsement. I mean, isn't he entitled to his...
It's America.
I mean, he's entitled to his thing.
For somebody to back a guy like Trump, who
whose history in discrimination and racism goes back to housing discrimination.
In the 70s,
In the
yes.
70s, DEI attacks, and posting pictures of the Obamas as apes. When he's on a team that's 55% to 60% the NFL is that much percentage of black people, blacker. That is just the definition of stupidity and racist. And
So, according to Joey Behar, Rick, if you are in an industry that is majority minority and you're a white, keep your damn mouth shut, you racist, if you disagree with anything they say.
Well, let's not forget she's 80-something years old and will be taking the entirety of the month of June off from her show.
Well, listen, Ross, everything I disagree with, once again, is racist and bad and evil, right?
Yes. Trump is not racist. I mean, let's be serious. Like, that is the stupidest thing that people accuse him of being. I will say it was a little cringy, the ape video that he did post on Truth Social, or maybe one of his interns did. I don't know who did it, but that was a little cringy, but he's not a fucking racist. I mean, can we be for real, man?
Well, hang on.
Gentlemen, breaking news.
What?
We have a troll amongst us. He wants some attention. Let's give him the attention he so craves. Ross, pronounce its name for me, please. Retarded. Okay, whatever. Trump changed New York is out of money.
I believe it's pronounced retarded 4491.
Well, good for him. He refused to pay workers.
Why is he typing in old
files? Wait, there's more. There's more. Please let there be more. He's accused in the Epstein files. Bro. Oh, he's hanging around for more. He wants more. Trump is going to war against black Americans. Look at the Voting Rights Act. Yeah, the man who historically funded historically black colleges and universities is a racist. The man who would contribute to Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson, racist. He became a racist in 2015, apparently, when he decided to run as a Republican, Galloway.
He's going to war against black Americans. What is wrong with this person?
Whatever.
Talk about Jane Doe number 4. No, why don't you tell us about Jane Doe number 4? Who's Jane Doe number 4? An anonymous something in a file. Look, I want Massey's take on it. By the way, when are we going to release the Massey file? Since we're all about transparency here.
I love Stewart's take here. I used to be a racist, but then I decided not to drive that fast anymore. That one got me.
Hold on to that one. That might be the post of the night.
So far, so good. Anyways, so we gave the troll his attention that his mother never gave him. Let's get back on topic here. And let's get back to what The View was saying about Jackson Dart. He's supporting a racist, says the loud and wrong old biddies.
And the people on the field, having been on teams, you know, the whole point is we're in this together, and it's kind of got that foxhole mentality.
Oh, wait, we're according to regarding here. Dude, the stream's still on. We're here. We're just bored with you. See, even Cheryl knows that you're insane, bro. Thanks, Cheryl, for tuning in. Glad you're here with us. Hope you're subscribing. Even you, Redor Dead, whatever the fuck your name is. I'm glad that you're here too, because you give us a little bit of entertainment. But if you want to troll, up the ante a little bit. Catch my attention. Don't rehash old nonsense. Make us laugh. Make us cry. Try to do something. Anyway, back to the clip.
There, we're playing together. To not, even if that is what you believe, which I let anyone, that's the beauty of America. It's the most liberal belief that we can all have our own belief. I get that. But there would be consequences. You're the quarterback, which is a central player on that field.
The leader.
A leader. And the majority, it's actually 75% of the New York Giants and the NFL as a whole are black or non-white.
Yeah.
To not think about the most recent offenses from the 8 video to these voting rights things, which even people that aren't that dialed in are recognizing, wait, are you now just going to marginalize and completely disenfranchise? To have thought about how that might feel that are on the field with you, I would have.
So Dart should have been more considerate to his team, Rick. But members of his team, including Abdul Carter, who was in the same draft class as Dart, actually took to social media to bash him, and then said later on, "No, we talk man to man and we're good." Shouldn't have gone to social media before talking man to man, but whatever. What do these women know about team sports and being on an NFL team?
Absolutely nothing. These women, as I say quite often, bring nothing to the table. Regardless of topic, they bring nothing to the table.
Well, go ahead, Rick. Ross, you wanted to say something.
No, I'm just, and it's a wonder why no Republicans ever go on there. Didn't they say, like, Republicans are afraid to go on there? Republicans are not afraid to go on there. That show lowers your IQ. There's nothing smart ever said there, right? It's so predictable. Trump's a racist. Trump's bad. Like these morons in the chat. Trump's in the Epstein files. It's all like cornball shit.
No, but all these people in the chat, and by the way, not all the people in chat, the people in the chat that are trying to become famous, they are exemplifying exactly what we said earlier. What's the platform? What's the plan? What's the solutions for America? You know, we're talking about Jackson Dart, and Kathy Hochul is trying to own Trump about going to a Knicks game because the Knicks are in the NBA Finals, and she says something so stupid that she ends up owning herself. I mean, let me see. Did I download this clip yet? Let me see here. I may not have
Kathy
downloaded
Hochul
it.
didn't say something stupid. No way.
No way, Cat. No way. Hoochie Cooch
confirm
said
or
something
correct?
stupid.
No, you know, I know that you're going to be shocked to hear this, but she did say something stupid. I know. It's I don't know. How do I prove this to you? Let me see if I can download this clip here and I can prove it to you. So like I said, Donald Trump wants to go to the NBA Finals to see the New York Knicks play against, I think it's going to be I think San Antonio, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, in a rematch of the 1999 NBA Finals. For those of you who don't know, I used to follow the Knicks, and then I had a problem with James Dolan, and well, that's my own personal beef. I'm not going to get into it too much. If you want to talk sports one day, we can. But Hochul tried to own Trump with a one-liner, absolutely flopped. Not only because it was not funny, but because it was wholly inaccurate.
He's a lifelong Knicks fan. I think that's how the Times reported it.
I'd ask him to name the starting lineup from 1993 championship team and see how he does.
And what are you?
For those of you who don't know, Knicks didn't win in the championship in 1993. They won in 1973. And if she's referring to the 93-94 team that ended up losing to the Houston Rockets thanks to John Starks going for 3 for 18 in Game 7, I'm not bitter about it at all. But yeah, she's wrong on multiple counts. What a moron. And Stuart, I saw you earlier in the comments. You were the better team that year. Hakeem Olajuwon was very good. We still should have won that series. 3 for 18, John Starks. Why was he allowed to keep shooting? I'm gonna crash out about that again.
Hey, yeah,
don't
crash out on your own show. But I do want to say right now, my Thunder are up over the Spurs 3-2 in the series. So.
Oh, are they? Okay, good.
Yes.
Okay, because I got bad memories about the Spurs in '99 as well. But enough about my Knicks scars.
But did you guys see when Kathy Hochul took over her own press account and said that she was trying to trick Trump into basically talking about how good the Knicks were in '93? That was her entire plan.
Yeah.
Now I can't prove it was her, but I'm pretty sure it was her.
Yeah, it's so fucking stupid. You're the governor of the People's Republic of New York. Your team is in the finals for the first time since '99, first time this millennium. And you don't even know the basics, and you're trying to own the president who's going to be coming to New York to watch the Knicks. Are you? Is this really what we're about here?
Hey, retarded dude, this isn't a new war. That's all I'm going to say because I got to leave in a minute anyway. But yeah, Iran is in a new war. This is something that should have been dealt with on January 21st of 1981. There's nothing new about a 47-year-long conflict we wanted to pretend didn't exist.
Yeah, sure. Ross, go ahead. You were about to say something.
Just real quick, Kathy Hochul's dumb. I mean, that's no surprise there. I think the bigger issue really is women should never comment on professional sports at all in any capacity, right? Gene, when you were growing up, did women watch sports and wear jerseys? It was not a thing when I was growing up. Somewhere along the line, they wanted to increase their audiences. So they started trying to attract women to games, and now they watch football and baseball. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They've never played the games themselves at all, right? And they just sound and look stupid when they comment on it. So to me, that's the bigger issue here. Women, stop being front runners. Stop pretending like you know what the fuck you're talking about. Have you ever seen a woman throw a baseball or a football or shoot a free throw? They don't know what they're doing. So stop talking about it, please.
Yeah. I mean, that's really what
please send all hate mail to whatever Russ's email is, or Ross's email.
Send it to me. And if you're a woman in the chat and you got offended by that, boo-hoo, right? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, right? If you can't explain to me pass interference or, where does the second baseman go if it's a fly ball to left field, I don't want to talk to you then, right? You've never played the game. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah. I'm still trying to understand what the plan is for 2026. If this is all they're coming with Gavin Newsom insults, and they're coming with, people like this in the chat that we're seeing. If they're coming with Kathy Hochul with one-liners that fall flat on their face, then this should be, and Republicans are coming with redrawn districts and looking to change the numbers. It's like they're bringing a knife to a gunfight.
Well, and also we want to show ID and prove you're a citizen to vote and stop paying illegal immigrants health care and other in-state tuition for colleges, right? We actually have a platform. What is their platform? Cory Booker wants to close a detention facility in New Jersey, right? That's their platform. Oh, great. All right, well, let's run against that. Let's see how that works.
Yeah, they're
starting to put together a platform.
Yeah, I mean, they're all about Andy Kim going to the Delaney detention center and getting maced because he's part of a riotous group outside. I don't know what they're running on. They're running on the same thing they've always run on against Trump. It's the same cycle. We're not Trump. And whether or not that's going to work is really anybody's guess, because the climate is going to change throughout the summer. It's going to be the same thing we always talk about, Galloway. And Rick, I know you got to go. We'll get you your clips in a second. We'll get you on your way in a second. But it's the same thing every election cycle. They hope that Trump turns off enough voters and that they don't really pay attention to what they're trying to put out there. But what Democrats are putting out there are people like James Tallarico. And, God is non-binary and we all should be vegan in the state of Texas and all this other nonsense. And I don't get it.
Well,
it's like rinse, recycle, and lose again.
Well, so it's getting worse. I don't know if you guys have seen this yet, but now in California and New York, they're putting together legislation to tax 100% of anyone who tries to get a hold of Trump's fund that he put together for people that have been politically ostracized and politically attacked. So they want a 100% tax rate on anybody who tries to take advantage of that, even though it is nonpartisan, and in reality saves us money, because he actually won $10 billion and he said, hey, take some of this and put it into a fund and leave the rest of it alone. So technically he saved us money, and everybody seems to forget that happened when he was a private citizen. So yeah. Anyway.
Absolutely. Rick, you got to get going. Let everybody know what's going on KLRN Radio and where they should tune in right after this show.
All right, so here in just a minute, I'll be on with everybody's favorite Amish lawyer on the Rick and Orty Show. That is our closing act for the night. Behind the Enemy Lines is taking a hiatus and will be returning sometime in July. So for the short term, on Wednesdays, we'll be ending now at 11 p.m.-ish Eastern. It has been my pleasure hanging out with you guys. I will let you get on to your final thoughts, etc., and have fun with your caps lock troll, because I have about,
Oh, he's fun. He's fun.
Nope.
He's keeping Cheryl entertained. Cheryl is doing a masterful job, by the way, in the chat. Can we get a round of applause for Cheryl here? I mean,
I have something for that here.
There you go.
There.
You know what? I have it as well. Carol, great job.
Yeah, but yours sounds more like freaking opera applause or something.
Yeah, well, we're just thank you for pointing out that we're classier than you are. Rick, have a great show. We'll see you later.
Or nerdier. Take your pick.
And bye. Love hanging out again.
His exit is almost as funny as his entrance. That was great.
There you go. So what do you say, pal? You ready to shut this sucker down? You got a final thought for us or what?
I got a quick final thought because I do have to get out of here. But one of the last comments in the chat from Retarded 4491 is mentioning E. Jean Carroll. I don't know if you saw the news today, and I'm going to leave on this thought. The DOJ is actively investigating her for possibly committing perjury. And the reason why is during her deposition, she said that she received no outside money in pursuing her lawsuits against Donald Trump. And it turns out that that was not true, right? So how great would this be if she winds up getting her ass locked up after all the shit she put Donald Trump through? Clearly a liar. I agree with Donald Trump. She's a handsome woman, I guess you could say, but not his.
Oh boy. You know what? We're ending the show a little early, mainly because I fucked up. I didn't get the show ready early enough, and we all got lives to get to. Oh, we got a new.
You should address that last one, Gene, because I don't. Wait, it's funny.
Gene sleeps on carpet and uses another piece of carpet for a blanket. How does he know?
I'm not sure what that means, but you know what? That might win the comment of the night.
How does he know? Little known fact: Chad actually eats corn the long way. So that's just for sharing facts.
The only reason I like that comment, Gene, is because it paints a visual. You know what I mean? A good comment.
It's a good visual.
A picture in your head.
It's a hell of a troll. I don't know what it means, if it's good or bad or whatever. But
yeah, I have no idea what it means, but it does give you a picture in your head.
Listen, even the dog in this house sleeps on a chair. So take that for what you will. So remind me, I'm going to get you that video before we go here. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for tuning into the show. We're cutting it off a little early, mainly because we started late. I want to thank Rick for coming on the show. I want to thank Ross, as always. I want to thank you guys for tuning in, for liking, for commenting, for subscribing, sharing it with your friends, all that really good stuff. But we're out of here. We're going to shut this down. So let's play our anthem as we laugh at the trolls in the comments.
Not allowed without electro.
Go fuck yourself. Is that clear?
Remember when entertainment was actually entertaining? When comedy was about being funny, movies were about telling great stories, and you didn't need a political lecture every time you hit play. Great entertainment still exists, it's just getting harder to find. Even the biggest streaming platforms leave audiences disappointed. That's why there's Studio TST, pure entertainment, real comedy, independent films, bold creators, movies, comedy, music, and more, and the home of fearless sketch comedy. That show tonight, entertainment the way you want it. Funny, creative, unapologetic, and agenda-free. Studio TST, the future of entertainment starts here. Join Studio TST today for just $5 a month.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNRadio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNRadio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNRadio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNRadio.
In uncertain times, we could use someone to lean on. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma will stand by you with plan options to fit your budget. If you've recently lost your job, had a baby, or moved, you can still get the healthcare coverage you and your family need. Financial help may be available for those who qualify. Call 855-452-BLUE or visit hereforyouok.com to see if you're eligible to enroll. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Oklahoma, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
I can fix you.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
The way I always do. How was I to know she was with the Russians too? I was gambling in Havana. I took a little risk. Send lawyers, guns, and money. Dad, get me out of this. Ha!
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody?
It is Wednesday, my dudes.
Otherwise, I jumped the gun. Otherwise known as ChatLivesMatterNight, right here live on KLRNRadio.com. I am one half of the crew, Mr. Rick Robinson. He's the other half, Mr. Ordnance J. Packard, Esquire. And we're going to be your closing act for a while because I just received a note from Sean Lewis that he'll be taking a bit of a break to get some things ready for summertime. Summertime. So we'll be your closing act on Wednesdays for a while. But we're still here, and we're doing it live. And I've received some reports that people are having issues with the feeds. I tested it as much as I can from here. It's working on my end everywhere I've checked it. So I don't know. Maybe X just hates us again. That's entirely possible. How you doing, Amish?
Or just me.
How's things? Actually,
Yeah,
you weren't the first person to say it. You were just the most recent. So I don't know.
Oh, got it.
Could be a regional issue.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can't imagine why you jumped the gun on that. We've only been using that as part of our intro for the last 6 years.
I was in a hurry. I was ready to do the show, man. I was ready.
You were jumping in. You're ready. You're pumped. Let's fucking
ready.
do this.
Let's do this thing.
Let's fucking go. How you doing, man?
Not really. I'm actually kind of exhausted, but I'm trying to play through the pain, dude. So every year past 50, it's like a new dash light comes on, and I'm just like, ugh.
Yeah, I just ignore those.
Right.
We're in winter part 3. I was working in the snow again today, so you know.
Oh boy, yeah, that's always fun. Hey, it's our vacation boy. Al's in the chat.
Hey, Al.
Oh,
Anyway,
so
yeah.
Today's been interesting. So I peeked my head up long enough last night, even though I really didn't do a show because I was like, oh shit, it's Texas election night, and I completely forgot. So I peeked up long enough to see that Cornyn got his ass handed to him, and then I played groundhog
rolled back over because I was like, you know what, my head hurts.
Yeah, that's kind of the same thing I did. I was around long enough to see Corrin get defeated, and yeah, you brought it on yourself, John. I'm sorry, you did. You
I mean, you had one job, and it was listen to the people that kept sending you to Texas, and you kept listening to the donors instead. And those aren't always the same thing. Go ahead.
And that's kind of the same thing with Massey. I mean, he was all proud about how, oh, look at all these donors I'm getting from around the country. Yeah, fucking Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, Los Angeles. Not a lot in Kentucky, though.
And do you remember Massey from a few years ago who was like pointing and calling attention to all the people that were getting all these out-of-state donations, and now suddenly that he was getting them, he thought it was such a good thing? Because I remember. I'm pretty sure Pepperidge Farm members do.
Yeah. So, but, they're gone. Fuck them. I mean, it just shows that just because you have an R by your name from Texas doesn't mean you're fucking good. And I'd like to remind everybody at this moment that Texas has only been red for about 30 years. They were reliably blue since Reconstruction. Anyway.
Yep.
So, meanwhile, never mind. I'm not going to go into California rant.
Go ahead. That's what this hour's for, sir.
Oh, well, meanwhile, for the last 150 years, California has only had 4 Democrat governors. And while we were a red state, had the highest education, put a man on the moon, won the Cold War, and put a computer in everybody's lap. Now in everybody's pocket. Anyway, that's enough of my self-filleting on the Golden State. That will be golden again someday.
If it makes you feel any better, a lot of America seems to be paying attention now, thanks to...
finally. Fucking thank God.
It only took the reality star turned mayor to get everybody to pay attention, but now everybody's like, holy crap, has it really been this bad in California for this long? Yes, and some of us have been trying to tell you. Oh, I saw Fox News with all kinds of numbers today about how, all of the industries that used to be exclusively to California, revolving around film industry and TV shows, etc., have now spread out almost everywhere. And at one point there were like 10,000 media companies. Now there's like 2,000. And they're like, I wonder what caused that. And I'm like, gee, I wonder.
Yeah, no, we talk about that all the time on the Culture Shift. It's just, I mean, the brain drain from California, both in the entertainment and, tech industries, is just hilarious. But this is something I got to tell you. This is pure California news. I'm just laughing my ass off about it. Becky Noble in Red State today did a piece on California University professors discover students can't do basic math, demand return of standardized tests. All
shit.
STEM professor. Yeah, weird, right? I mean, you take GPA instead of SATs and other scores, CSAT tests. And when you start giving everyone B's and A's because, well, they feel bad if they don't get them. Yeah, you get what you pay for. But it's kind of funny across the quad from the STEM courses are the same ones that tell you that math is racist. So,
math is the purest science known to man. It doesn't even have the capability to be racist.
It's the science that all other real sciences spawn from, except for like geology, but even then. But yeah, Satin acts mathematics requirements for STEM in the 2027 admission cycle. They want to bring it back. In November 2025, UC San Diego study showed that in just 5 years, the number of students whose math skills were below high school level rose 30-fold. 70% of those had math skills below middle school level. And that's in the UC system.
Yeah.
Boy, if only somebody had mentioned this and predicted this long ago. All right, that was me.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, no, it was you. I was about to say you can just take your bow now because it was you. But no, I mean seriously, we talk about this all the time on this show and a bunch of other ones. Up until 1980, 1981, we were like number one, number two in the world for education. Then we centralized everything and made everything cookie cutter, and now everybody's fucking retarded. But we're not allowed to say that everybody's fucking retarded.
Oh no, we've taken retarded back.
Well,
I haven't heard people. I mean, I work for a major company that has like an HR department, and people are starting to use it freely around the workplace, and I'm happy about that.
Nice.
Yeah. So, 25% of college students can't do grade school math. This is just, I mean, yeah.
I mean, but part of it's by design. I mean,
even some of the teachers can't do it. It's like one of the questions posed in it was, enter your response as a real number rounded to 2 decimal places. The person answered 15.83, and the teacher said, "Sorry, the correct answer is 15.826." Was the question not to round up to the second decimal
round
place?
to the second decimal. Yeah, so that would be well, that's like I saw earlier today. And I'm pretty. I hope it was somebody trolling, but it was somebody who asked AI if a square has 4 sides. So if you remove 2 of the sides, how many sides are left? And the AI said 2. And I was like, this is why AI will never be smarter than humans. And I'm like, wait, that's actually kind of the correct answer. Now, granted, there's not anything attaching them anymore, probably, but there's still 2 sides left. If you had 4,
yeah, you either have a 7, an L, or an 11.
Yeah.
Or
yeah. But so I mean, it's and again, part of it, and I used to really think a lot of this was trolling, and now I just think it's people that are just dumb. Like I keep seeing this thing on social media where it's like, who's the genius that can get this? And it's basically a fancy looking square 6 with a line diagonally down the center, and they're like, you have to get all the way around this thing and be able to get it all without anything ever touching. And if you can't do that, then you don't win. And I'm like, there's too many vertices that touch for this to be possible without jumping over something.
Right.
It's basic math. You can't, if there's 3 vertices that are touching, you can't do it. If there's 2, you can. But once there becomes 3 or more, it becomes a statistical impossibility to be able to do it without going outside the lines. Now, if you can go outside the lines, then you can still make it work. But anyway. So that's my math gripe for the day. Is I see people falling for these things all the time, and I see people spending hours on these things. Like, it's impossible. Yeah, you should have been able to figure that out after the 3rd time because there's too many connected vertices. But what do I know?
Well, it's like, I mean, again at work today, topic came up about something, and somebody was complaining about something the figures being wrong. I said, and they said it was off by 54. I said, yeah, you probably transposed a number or dropped a decimal somewhere. Well, how'd you find that out? I said, if the number's divisible by 9, then you transposed something. That just blew everybody in the office's mind when I said, it's a math thing. Don't worry about
it. Did you let them know what you went to school for? Because that probably
I didn't, because I did because we have somebody around work who has a degree, and they think that they're better than everybody else there. And I just kind of laugh. I'm like, it was in the humanities, wasn't it? But
underwater basket weaving does not count no matter what HR tells you, sir.
All right. Yeah. So anyway, no, I don't. Yeah. Sorry. Math is on Sundays, Jeff. I know I went into your wheelhouse there. So, but yeah, it's just, it's just so frustrating that we called this during COVID when they started making everything lax and not making kids go to school. And we're just like, they're going to be dumb as shit in 6 years. They're going to be fucking useless in college. All they'll be good for is a degree that ends in studies. And here we are. If, and yes, I get it that, the other end of that is, well, why are we letting 200,000 Chinese students into the country? Well, because our kids are fucking stupid. I mean, I don't agree with it. I don't think they should be here. But on the other hand, our kids shouldn't be this stupid either. So
I was gonna say we've put ourselves between a rock and a hard place when we have intentionally dumbed down our kids, and now we don't have people that are intelligent enough to do the jobs that need to be done. So we have to bring them in from somewhere. And this is the fault of our entire education system. And I just want to remind everyone, because I've done a deep dive on this on the Rick Robinson show multiple times, this started happening by design because the Rockefellers wanted people smart enough to work in their factories, but not smart enough to go, why am I doing this shit job forever? So they started doing all kinds of philanthropic work after they did a study to find out exactly how long it takes to brainwash someone. Guess what? The answer was 12 years.
Yeah.
So they changed their entire education system. And it's working by design. Jimmy Carter played right into it when he centralized our education system. Ronald Reagan said he was going to undo that, never did. Donald Trump has now said he was going to undo it twice. Still hasn't. Needs to be undone. We need regional education because cookie cutter education with a country this size, cookie cutter education cannot work because not all the same type of jobs are available in the same place unless you talk about the ones that take almost no skill to learn anyway.
Right. Yeah, the ones that require that you wear a paper hat. It's the same thing. And we've talked about this with other departments too. I mean, that's why I'm glad the Forest Service is being moved out of Washington, D.C. You cannot have cookie cutter, forestry policy for an entire country when you don't even have the same tree. Okay, when I cross from one side of the Sierras to the other, my joke is once I cross over the top, I'm all foliage change because all the trees and everything becomes different. It's a stupid little thing I shout out to nobody but myself, but I entertain myself that way. And you want to have the same forestry policies in the Appalachians or the Rockies that you have in the Sierras or fucking Oklahoma or, anywhere. I mean, come on. Where does that even make sense?
Policies. Yeah, I mean, those cookie cutter forestry policies are part of what led to those huge ass fires that we talk about all the time.
That we always have out here. Yeah. No, that's climate change that strangely stops right at the Canadian border.
Right? That's the part I never have understood. If you're going to try to tell me this is climate change, wouldn't there be fires popping off everywhere in North America where there was trees?
Yeah, no, it's called arson. And no, we won't get into California power generation systems and distribution lines. That's,
dude. I heard.
I don't know if my blood pressure can handle that tonight.
So I heard a weird thing about power generation. I guess somewhere towards the I guess on the California side of the Lake Tahoe area, they're sending out notices because I guess the contract for them is about to be up, and because they're supposed to be putting in some sort of AI data center, they're like, you guys need to find a new power company. I was like,
that
what?
Sounds about right.
It's like, what?
That sounds about right. I mean, that's fucking. Well, and you know what? That serves them right because during COVID, when everybody started remote working, they fled the Bay Area and moved up to Tahoe, jacked up property prices that were already sky high up there, plus fucked up Reno a little bit. Anyway.
Yeah. Gotta love them. Yeah. Gotta love them.
Yeah. So, what's on your radar? Because I've got some California news, but what do you got next? Oh, wait, hang on. While we're on the topic of power, Chris Rufo dropped a investigation in City Journal. It was either yesterday or today about how California has spent $49 million on a program that gives free solar panels to illegal aliens, claiming that it's farm worker weatherization initiative to fight climate change, giving them refrigerators, windows, and solar panels.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up, so I'm glad you did, because that was one of the things I had on my stack for tonight. But yeah, so yeah, free solar panels for illegals. Yay.
Yes. For low-income farm workers. All farm workers are by definition low income, generally. And in California, yeah. Anyway. But yeah, $49 million program. Meanwhile,
that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money.
Yeah. I mean, since he had to cook the books to make it look like that, the state is solvent. And even, I mean, okay, so everyone's, you got one party rule in California. Yeah, but even the assembly budget office, whatever they're called, went, yeah, these numbers don't number. This math isn't mathing. So they looked into it and they're like, oh, so you're basing revenue from like 5 years from projected revenue from 5 years from now into your budget now to call it solvent. Got it. To say that you have a surplus. I mean, we do have a little bit of a surplus, but we've been hemorrhaging it for 8 years. And so it's not really a surplus if you have to keep drawing from it. That's just a savings account.
Yeah, and I don't know. Yeah.
Al, I don't think it's just you that's being censored. I mean, yeah, they're probably censoring you tonight because they censor me all the time on stupid shit too in the chat. But we are getting reports that there is trouble with the chat or trouble with listening on X in the
Trouble
first
with all
place,
of it.
so, yeah. This whole damn place is out of order.
You want the truth? You couldn't handle the truth. So speaking of the truth, you remember when Zoran Mondami started making all this noise about how these city-run grocery stores were going to save New York City? So
oh yeah. Did they already go broke?
Apparently that they haven't even started yet. It's already a lot worse than anybody ever thought. So according to a Red State piece that I just found, the main claim that is stated so far is that the first planned store at La Marqueta in East Harlem may effectively cost around $55 million when adding Mondami's newly announced $30 million store cost to her previously approved $25 million upgrade for the same site from 2017. According to the article, that earlier $25 million plan was supposed to improve La Marqueta with things like a playground, dog park, outdoor seating, fresh produce, groceries, prepared foods, and public seating. Who the fuck needs all that at a grocery store? Just saying. But according to the Red State piece
when
that
I was a kid, I remember Thrifties using to have those, but that was a style at the time. And these fucking millennials wouldn't know anything about it, so they wouldn't know what they're missing. Anyway, go on.
So yeah, the original $25 million that was already apparently earmarked. According to folks that have recently done a site survey, the site remains vacant and totally run down, raising questions about what happened to that money and why the older funding was not mentioned when the new $30 million figure was announced. A Columbia Business School food studies professor, Steven Zagor, is quoted calling the $30 million number outrageous, joking that for that price, the store should have solid gold doorknobs and cash registers.
That's so Trump.
But it's true. So the broader criticism is that Mondami's promised 5 city-run grocery stores, one in each borough, with $70 million total allocations. Critics are now questioning why this first location alone would need $30 million of that $70 million allocation, not to mention where the other $25 million went, leaving much less for the remaining 4 stores. So yeah, in plain English, what we're saying is Mondami's city-run grocery store idea already looked expensive at $30 million, but when you add an earlier $25 million to the La Marqueta allocation, when the first store could cost $55 million and you've only allocated $70 million, let's just say the shit ain't gonna work.
Wait till they get up to $120 billion, because then I got a railroad to sell them.
Right? The monorail.
What's it called? One more time.
But yeah, no, it's just it's called a monorail. But no, I mean seriously, just this whole run to the left for communism is crazy to me. I mean, I will say that Texas actually surprised me because I figured they were going to wholeheartedly endorse and vote for the chick that wanted to put white rich Zionist in a prison camp. And she lost. I was surprised. I guess.
Which one was that one?
Shit. I don't. What was her name again? I talked about her earlier today, but I don't remember her name. But yeah. Anyway, just the crazy little bitch in the Barbie sunglasses that was like, I don't know why everybody's giving me such a hard time. I didn't say I want an internment camp. I just want illegal Zionists to go to jail, and I'm going to build a place to put them. Yeah, that sounds like an.
That is, by definition, internment camp.
So I feel like there's been a timeline shift again, and I missed it. Have you heard of this new country that supposedly surfaced called Somaliland? Because I didn't until today.
A little bit. Okay, so this goes back to. It's funny. The part of Somalia that Somaliland became was kind of overthrown, taken over, and Ilhan Omar's family, who was the genocidal dictator's colonel in that region when they fled to England, fled that revolt. So it's kind of like she's related to the genocidal she's the daughter of the genocidal dictator's colonel who was in the area. Anyway, yeah, Somaliland's been coming up in the news a lot. I don't know if they're officially recognized by the UN yet, but I've been hearing grumbling about them for about a year. They're also the ones who released the information and said, "Oh yeah, Omar, yeah, she totally married her brother. Here's the proof."
Yeah, so
because we have the birth certificates because this is where they're from.
Yeah,
this region of Somalia.
Yeah, they're in the news again because apparently now they're pissing off Iran and the Houthis. So I could maybe start looking at these people.
They want to be the major port in the Red Sea.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of okay with it as long as they don't go too nuts. But yeah, I mean,
as long as Somaliland takes over the rest of the Somalia, and anyway, I'm not advocating for war, but I'm totally advocating for war against Somalia.
Nobody advocates for war. We just advocate for war.
Yeah. I just advocate for the eradication of a certain nation. That doesn't have to be via war, though that is usually the quickest way to handle that. Anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually already seen one of those. I'm not even kidding. The next time I see one, I will take a picture just to prove it. But I saw it the other day in one of the long treks to nowhere. I don't think it was a 95 Caprice. I don't remember what exact car it was, but I have started to see cars popping up with solar panels. It's kind of weird. Anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I see it on campers all the time, but I mean, that's obvious, it's up there by their little R2D2, for satellite and shit. And there's Starlink UFO on a stick, and
All right, you ready for the break?
Yes.
All right. Let me make sure it's actually going to work this time. As soon as I remember where I hit it, because I have too many tabs on nights like this. I think I found it, though.
Yep, that'd be it. I'll like this.
Helps if I unmute the tab first, though.
Oh, you had it going.
Oh yeah, they could hear it. I couldn't though. So which means you could too, but I couldn't. So
yeah.
And welcome back into the program, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of Devo helping to get you ready for the weekend a little bit early because, you know, it's not quite there yet. But it is hump day. So, I don't know. It doesn't really feel like one, though, because of the hump.
Devo's a lot harder than people give him credit for, especially on their live stuff. It's like every now and then I drop the ball rattling. Shit. I just drew a blank on the song just when I screwed up ball rattling. Gut feeling. And yeah. So I think I might have to do a deep dive on him soon. I know I do my 31 days of Boingo all the time, and I'm planning on doing a deep dive into the band X, you know, just for a thread. And I might have to do a Devo one too. I think it's going to be my thing, like once a quarter, just drop a 10 or 20 fucking posts, dive into a band.
Sounds like a plan. Oh, so
since I can't do the show that I wanted to do because the rights to do that are fucking insane.
Right? Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, so I don't know if you heard about this, but apparently the ceasefire isn't very CC or not very fiery anymore. Well, it's very fiery, but not very CC.
It needs
Because
to be more fiery and less CC.
Well, it kind of is to a point, but it seems like we only we keep doing this. We're only gonna fire when they fire at us, kind of crap. And I'm like, doesn't that technically mean the ceasefire would be over and we could turn them glass now? But yeah, so this happened again tonight. Apparently, Iran shot 4 drones at a U.S. commercial ship. U.S. Navy destroyed the drones and then bombed the drone launching unit. So there were explosions near one of the choke points in the Strait of Hormuz. And they basically wiped it out. And it was in Bandar Abbas. But yeah, I'm like, if they keep shooting at us, doesn't that mean it's really not a ceasefire anymore?
I mean, they've been shooting at us pretty much nonstop, you know, and it's kind of, and we've been treating the RGC basically like the Houthis, you know, at this point. It's like, all right, okay, keep fucking around.
I mean, it's just,
but
you know, it's just one of those things where I'm like, okay, so I get it. You know, you're trying. I feel like we're in that scene from The Matrix where Neo is just like blocking everything, just to show that he's a badass. And I'm like, you know, it's time to punch back. It's time to stop the blocking. It's time. But anyway,
I how we've been treating Iran the last 30 days is kind of making Trump look like a pussy, and it's not really going to help the midterms. I think we need to just be decisive with it. I mean, yeah, like Jeff just said in Discord, until you can sail a boat on skates across Iran, there's not enough bombing. But the hot Persian chicks.
Right. I mean, we do want to save the hot Persian chicks, but, you know, because they really are hot. But I mean, you know, there are things that we could and should be doing. I mean, I feel like we aren't utilizing the alphabet soup agencies enough, in my opinion. I mean, granted, if we're using them, we should never know that we're using them. But at the same time,
I don't know if we can even trust the alphabet soup agencies to do it.
Yeah,
I think that they're just so indoctrinated in it that, you know, it's kind of the thing. It's like, you know, how long is it we were talking about where, you know, the CIA just flat out refused ODNI, you know, and
yeah. So apparently, there's actually been an update to that story, and I don't think we ever circled back to it. That actually wasn't what the media report made it look like. Those were documents that she had already scanned into the system, and they were just coming to pick them up. And then somebody was like, "Oh my God, she's being raided!" And yeah, that wasn't what happened. So yeah, that was just dumb all the way around. Because when the truth came out, I was like, "Oh my God, we actually tried," and we fell for it too. And I hate it when that happens. Yeah. But it's pretty common right now because they're just always trying to make everybody look stupid.
By the way, that was your on-air laugh, Jeff. Sorry, when he sent me that, he also sent me the cover of a old AD&D module that had a boat sailing on skates across the desert. So
nice.
Yeah. So what else you got on your radar?
So how you guys digging the D&D campaign so far? I've been checking it out. It's
I'm
cool.
I'm loving it. I'm loving being a part of it. It's great fun, and it's like I don't know. I've got a campaign coming up behind it next year. We're gonna start next year because this one should be wrapping up around November, and then I'll be starting mine after the holidays. And no, it's just it's a lot of fun. It's great to get back into it. I haven't played in a long time. I know Delaney hasn't played in a long time. VC and Janie are brand new to it, and we're having great fun. It gets coming up in a few episodes. Some people get horny on Maine, and then the last episode was just for some reason obscure references from the darkest corners of pop culture came bubbling up. So yeah. Ooh, I like that. Jeff's proposing a new government agency, the FAFO, Foreign Action Find Out Division.
I could get behind that. I could get behind that.
Yeah. Yeah, good point, Al. You want to see who's actually running the U.S. to fund all intelligence agencies and roll out a new Department of U.S. Security. I said something about that. I don't know if I talked about it on the show, but I kind of I broke down, like, what if we got rid of like the FBI and, rolled them into U.S. Marshals, which is what they should be doing anyway. And, just kind of like made the Marshals the national police, kind of like the FBI wants to be, but without all the baggage of fucking J. Edgar Hoover and, that whole culture in it. And, you just have like police departments have their detectives, U.S. Marshals would have their detectives. That's what used to be the FBI. It just made a lot more sense to me. And I kind of broke down the whole thing. It would save billions to roll in all the different federal, because it's like, okay, so the post office has its mail fraud investigation unit. The U.S. Marshals also does that, as does the FBI. So it's kind of like, and of course they don't share intel. So, it's just all you take all the guns away from every agency of the government combined, and you have the U.S. Marshals do it, but you have them as, police and not secret police. But then, corruption and everything else. So, never mind.
I mean, it sounds great on paper.
Sorry, it was a great idea until I realized people would be involved with it. And just like communism works except for people and human nature.
Yeah, I still love the argument. Well, real communism has never actually been tried, and that's why it's never really worked. And I'm like, yeah, the founders of one of the original colonies would like a word. Just saying. That was full on.
Yeah, if every attempt at your perfect utopia ends in a dystopian totalitarian government, maybe it's because there's no other state for it to end up in.
So in the things that have never happened that we keep finding out actually happened file, we have Brooklyn Clinic owner recently convicted in $52 million Medicare fraud scheme.
Yeah, that never happens.
But yeah, that wasn't a thing. Those weren't real.
No. Like Finland and Delaware, not real.
You're going to have Jeff yelling at you in Discord in 3,
2, 1. Yeah.
How dare you disparage Finland?
I think he'd be on board if it wasn't for a certain former prime minister.
Yeah,
Which again proves it's not real.
He's got aspirations. So what?
Can't be first in everything and have such a smoke show as your country's leader. It can't happen. It's not real. It's all a psyop.
Right. Yeah. There's no way a public leader's that damn hot. Especially a female one.
Just saying. Yeah.
Can't be a thing.
Yeah. I mean, sure, Moana and but
anyway.
Yeah. I'm gonna miss her.
Yeah. Me too. Sorry, I was trying to look at something because I just found another story that really confuses me. Apparently in the same, these things never happened, but here we are again. Apparently, a New Jersey physical therapist has been sentenced to a $2 million healthcare fraud scheme, somehow involving Amtrak. Dejin Kim, 44, of Fort Lee, New Jersey, pled guilty on June 11th, 2025, before U.S. District Judge Mater Life Cox Arlo in Newark Federal Court to conspiracy to commit healthcare fraud. Kim was sentenced to 12 months plus 1 day of imprisonment, 2 years supervised release, and ordered to pay over $2.2 million in restitution. Court documents say that from October 2019 through June of 2022, Kim and her co-conspirators agreed to engage in a scheme to bill Amtrak healthcare plan for fraudulent claims for services that were never provided and were medically unnecessary. I guess Amtrak has their own healthcare plan, maybe for their employees, and that's what it was talking about. But that whole headline was just.
I mean, Amtrak itself is unnecessary.
Well, yes,
so,
that's true.
I mean,
but yeah, so another $2 million in fraud. We keep adding this stuff up. Eventually, we're going to be talking about real money.
See, right. See, it only means something if they can claw all this money back, or at least leave them destitute. Just say, oh, you don't have that $2 million. You've only got a couple 100,000 of it left. Well, we're going to be taking that. You have nothing. Oh, also, we're going to take, garnish your wages forever.
Yeah, it's just, and that's the thing. But this is why, honestly, I am about ready to just figure out how to just not pay taxes, because I'm like, dude, there's no point. You guys waste all my fucking money. Right. And apparently nobody else is paying them, so why should I? But, what do I know?
Right. Taxes are for suckers.
Right. Taxes just mean you can't afford a good enough accountant to get you out of them. Anyway.
Yeah.
So what else you got? What's on your radar?
You know what? I had something, but I closed the tab and it's gone. So I do like
you just described my brain.
Yeah, I know. I do like this new plan from Mark Wayne Mullen that DHS is drawing up plans to block all international flights into sanctuary cities by ending the customs screening there.
I hadn't heard about that. That's pretty smart, especially coming from an Okie. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a bad idea. You just pull your customs agents out of there, then that's the way to do it. I mean, the city could try to do their, come up with their own, but then they wouldn't be customs agents.
Yeah, and they wouldn't have the same authority either. So,
yeah. So I think that's the way to do it. All the other governments like to do these end arounds.
Yeah, and I mean, why not? I mean, so I'm still scanning something that I just saw, because I guess it dropped right after I started pushing buttons. Apparently, Virginians are kind of in full rebellion at this point, according to Terry Christoph from Red State.
Yeah, I saw some of that. The sheriffs, with their new ban on assault weapons, a lot of sheriffs and county DAs are going, yeah, we're not going to prosecute that. We're not going to enforce it. Get fucked. That's against the Second Amendment.
Yep, and I'm just looking at a bunch of emails. This is from Avery Davis's X account. On the record response from the Attorney General quotes in the Virginia scope, Commonwealth attorneys are elected to pursue justice, not merely to enforce our laws. Discretion is a tool that is utilized universally in every Commonwealth's attorney's office throughout the Commonwealth. Preemptive declarations are not a new concept. It is an approach that has been taken by both sides of the political aisle in recent years. But it goes on to say that a lot of sheriffs are like, no, not happening. So, yeah, good for them. Good for them.
Yeah. It's like the meme. No, I don't think I will.
This is exactly what I told everybody would start happening, though, when people were dumb enough to start electing people that were really closet commies. They were, and the dumbest part is, if she had just kept her powder dry until after the midterms, and if Mondami hadn't done all of his crazy shit until after the midterms, there's a good chance they would have swept every damn thing because that's how history normally works. But since they're still basically running against Trump, who isn't technically on the ballot, and everything Trump touches is bad, and everybody that Trump endorses is just bad. I mean, there was a story out of New York earlier where I believe it was the New York Giants quarterback basically introduced him at a New York event, and half the sports world blew up and said, "I can't believe he introduced Trump." I'm like, dude, he's the sitting president. Come on, you know?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, we don't get mad at people when they introduce the potted plant. We might point and laugh at the potted plant, but we never got mad at the people introducing him. But yeah, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. The crazy is running rampant. Like this whole thing with Tallarico, who, you know, just a few weeks ago was like, "We're proud to be the first vegan campaign in Texas," and now he's like, "Oh no, I'm not vegan anymore." And then takes this really cringy picture of trying to eat a rib with a napkin.
Yeah, panda bears, you know. You know what, politicians
Panda bear season.
Yeah. Politicians should never eat food in front of cameras. Ever.
None of them should. I don't care who they are. I don't even care what side they're on. Like, stop with the candid grilling pics because, you know, nobody ever gets it completely right. Stop with the whole, you know, there's like that one guy, I don't remember who it was, who was eating like Somali food and was like basically doing the TV fork shuffle, trying to pretend he was eating it. And then there's this guy with just stop it. Just stop it. Stop trying to pretend you're like everybody else. The thing that amazes everybody about Donald Trump is he can relate to people that, according to the left and most people, he has absolutely no business relating to. And he doesn't do it through the fake bullshit. He just talks to them like people.
Yeah.
You can see it like when he talks to little kids. I mean, it's like sometimes like there was this thing a couple weeks ago in the Oval Office when he's like, "Yeah, we had to take this little excursion and we're having to deal with Iran now, and all the kids are in the room with it." I'm like, you know, this might not have been necessarily the best time to have this conversation. But then I was like, fuck it. They told us we were all going to die by the time I was 12. So what difference does it make?
Yes. Yeah, we were. Yeah. But getting back to the politicians eating food thing, I can't remember her name. She was kind of like a little bit like Sarah Palin. I want to say her name started with an M. You know, kind of milfy. But I remember that like it was a really bad picture of her going around eating a hot dog. I'm sorry, that was erotic as fuck. But yeah, politicians should not eat food, especially corn, because you can just make them eat corn the long way. The way AI never figured out how people ate corn until recently.
Right.
You'd ask them to, you know, draw a picture of so-and-so eating corn, and they'd be sticking the cob long ways in their mouth. Like, okay, that's kind of hot, but wrong. Anyway.
I mean, I know a couple women I wouldn't mind seeing eat corn that way, but, you know.
Oh, right, but, you know. It's like, yeah, AOC, call me, we'll eat some corn. Got to get in there before that Latin spread develops.
Nice.
And it's starting to. She's getting a little abuela.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh, by the way, the crazy lady out of Texas, her name was Maureen Galindo. I knew it was in there somewhere.
Yeah. Why would she need a name?
Yeah, that was the one who wanted the internment camps for Jews.
Yeah, for Jews and Jew supporters.
Oh,
anyway. And those suspected of being Jewish.
Oh, I did not mean to hit that button. All right, so anyway, we're getting to just about the end. Have you been watching anything, or are you still basically inspecting your eyelids for holes?
Mostly inspecting my eyelids for holes. Really, just right now I've just got I started DS9 in the background just because I last about 15 minutes before I fall asleep. I'm sorry, this is bugging the shit out of me because I used to have such a crush on her. I'm Googling for it now. But anyway. Yeah, never mind. It's not coming up. It's just showing.
That's what she said.
Don't know. Yeah, that is what she said. Oh, wait. Here we go. I think I found it. Hang on, wait for it. But tell us what you're watching, and then I'll.
I mean, honestly, most of the stuff that I've been watching is slowly coming to an end. Sheriff's Country, first season of that, kind of got into it. It's got Marina Baccarin in it, so that alone is enough to watch it. And of course,
Michelle Bachmann.
Michelle Bachmann. I should have known that, but yeah, no. So that one had a nice little twist at the end of the season. Turns out that her mom's not dead. That's all I'm going to say about that one. And then Boston Blue, kind of been hit and miss. I got to say the last episode kind of hooked me a little bit because there was a bit of a cliffhanger. So I may be checking that out for at least the first part of the next season when it drops. Another one that I've been kind of watching off and on, only because Jensen Ackles does a bit there from time to time, is Tracker. That one took a complete supernatural turn in the finale, though, so now I'm kind of interested. I'm like, are they about to try to make this Supernatural 2.0? What the hell is going on? Other than that, I haven't really been watching too much, but a bunch of anime when I'm, laying down, trying to go to sleep. Did
you find Girls Who Panzer yet?
I have not looked for that one yet. I keep getting through with little ones that have like short little one seasons, and then it'll play a next one, and I'm like, oh, this one seems interesting, and then I just let that play. Yeah, so I haven't started watching that one yet. But I have enjoyed, I think it's, Black Clover? That one was pretty fun. I found a movie on that one that I didn't know was out that was pretty cool. And then there was another one, Sword Art Online. I really enjoyed that one too. Took me a minute to get into it because there was no magic at first. I'm like, it's kind of boring without magic, but whatever. It's supposed to be an MMO and there's no magic. What the hell? But yeah. But I don't know. Some of these things have really in-depth stories, but some of them, like Sword Art Online, got to the point where, and there was another one that one about My Hero Academia. It got to the point where it was like taking 6, 7, 8, 9 episodes to complete one story point in the series, and I was like,
that would become Dawson's Creek.
Maybe that's the difference between Japanese attention spans and American attention spans. I don't really know. Maybe they like them that way, but I'm like, after I've watched the same arc for 4 episodes, I'm like, maybe maybe we could move this a little faster.
Yeah.
But anyway. But yeah, so other than that, I haven't really been watching too much. Because like I said, most of the stuff I usually watch on a regular basis is starting to come to a close for the season. Star Trek Strange New Worlds episode or season 4 drops not this coming month but the following, and of course I'm expecting hit and miss episodes, which wouldn't be so bad if they still did anywhere between 22 and 26. I can handle some crappy episodes when there's a lot of them, but when you're only doing 10 episodes and they're very expensive, none of them should suck.
Well, and that's kind of we've talked about that at length in that, if you're only doing 10, they should all be bangers. 26, it's like, you know what? We're just going to take this fan submission because we got to fill the season. And then usually it's the one-offs that are, Magnificent Ferengi and, show like that. Just the one-offs that kind of have to do with the story and the fact that they have the characters, but really, or Take Me Out to the Hollow Suite. It's kind of like, those really have nothing to do with the main arc or, the story in general, but they're genuinely fun one-offs that, a lot of people say, well, it wasn't part of the arc. So, it's kind of blah. And, sometimes the one-offs are, but a lot of times it's your one-offs that are fucking good.
Yeah, I had to grow up a little bit to enjoy Take Me Out to the Hollow Suite. Because the first run through I didn't. When I watched it on the last couple run throughs, was like, okay, I kind of get the appeal now. One of the things that I found really interesting because I didn't know at the time, Yesterday's Enterprise, which is arguably one of my favorite Star Trek episodes ever, was actually a fan submission.
Is that the one with the Enterprise C?
Yeah, Enterprise C, where Tasha basically makes a comeback long enough to create the Romulan character. So, to me, that seems kind of amazing because a fan script brought Tasha Yar back long enough to bring Denise Crosby back as a recurring character. If that's not fans loving the series, we talk about this all the time. Before Paramount put all these stupid restrictions on the fan made stuff. The fan made stuff was better than anything they were putting out.
Yeah, absolutely.
And-
We've talked about accent art length and
Well, I
this
mean,
one's
not
good.
even
Change
that.
the
Like
subject really quick.
Well, yeah, like Star
Go
Trek
ahead.
Phase 2, the New Voyages, made it still looked like the original series era, but you could tell the special effects were a little bit better. It was made in the early 2000s. They were doing full length episodes. They had Chekhov on there. They had Sulu on there. I mean, that was the amazing part to me, is all the people that I saw that they were able to bring in. Like even Denise Crosby did a bit on one of their episodes, and I thought I was just like, as somebody who used to, I took my little toddler recliner and my easy bake oven that I talked my mom into getting me one year that I decided was dumb after I used it a few times, and we turned that into the science station, and I had the little captain's chair, and we had little garden railings in my garage to look like the area around the bridge and a couple stations, and I had 5 or 6 friends. Every Saturday we'd go in my garage and play Star Trek. And I was like, dude, if I could have done that, on that scale and actually hung out with some of the original actors, I would have been over the moon. That would have been insane. But yeah, it's just that's how much I really thoroughly enjoyed that show, and seeing what the Abrams era and the Kurtzman era have done to it is just blah to me. And I understand the Abrams era a little bit more. I actually think it was a smart tool for them to make it an alternate timeline, because a lot of the gripes with Enterprise were, hey, this stuff never happened, and now we're like, well, it didn't happen there, but we're not there. So to me, that kind of made sense. But the whole making everything so much more technologically advanced, the Enterprise in Pike's era, which is supposed to be before Kirk's era, looks 10 times bigger and more developed. And I'm just like, I get it. Technology's better, but you still are supposed to keep things at the original scale. And that was one of the things that a lot of us diehard folks didn't like about Enterprise originally. The NX-01 should have been a Daedalus class ship. There shouldn't have been any view screens. There was no mention of anything with a saucer section until much later. They had the dome ships, and then of course they retrofitted history to make it fit. And they're like, well, there were really only 5 of the NX class ships, and only one of them survived. So by the time the Romulan Wars kicked off, they were bringing the Daedalus class back out of mothballs and blah blah blah. I'm like, that's too much backstory to explain why you fucked it up in the first place.
Right. Yeah. If you're explaining, you're losing. So,
but yeah, I mean,
well, they even mentioned it, in Trials and Tribulations. They made the comment, they really packed them in on these old ships. You're talking about how vast the crew was on, the Enterprise, and how cramped everything was.
Yeah, and then Pike's Enterprise looks like a fucking cruise ship. Right. He's got fucking quarters that look like they're 5 times larger than Captain Picard's suite on the Enterprise D. And everybody's just like, what? And look, I get it. It's new technology. You were wanting to show off, but you should have stayed true to the concept. And the other thing that drove me absolutely crazy is in that era, nobody but the Enterprise had the Cochrane chevron on their uniform. They used ship designations. Each ship had its own symbol. So when Discovery launched, then everybody was using the chevron. I was like, this just tore a hole in everything that Trek decided was about their history, because now they've made the Enterprise a new ship, a brand new state of the line ship, and it was never supposed to be that in the state of the art ship, and it was never supposed to be that in the first place. This was its 3rd long exploration mission under 3 different captains. Captain Robert April was first, Pike was next, Kirk was the 3rd and final captain of the Enterprise NCC 1701. No bloody A, B, C, or D. And it's just all these things that they should have kept up with. And I've said this before, as somebody who's watched long-running series like Days of Our Lives, I'm used to there being not real continuity, but it's different when it's a one-off and you've got a character who hasn't been there for like 30 years going, hey, I remember sweeping the floors of this place when I was a kid. No, you don't, because they didn't even, this wasn't even what they were running when you were on the show. But I can get past one-offs. But when you just throw everything out the window and be like, yeah,
We don't care enough about the fans that used to care about the show. We're all about the new kids, and they're not going to care about any of this anymore.
They don't know it anyway.
Get the new kids to watch. Then they couldn't even get the new kids to watch. But anyway, so.
Oh, hey, before we close out, free talking point from a meme from the incomparable Janie Mack. The climate change hoax vanished the moment companies needed data centers. Yeah, we noticed.
Yeah, but so I will say this: I'm starting to hear rumors that that there is since they're getting rid of the Kurtzman era Trek, it sounds like they're about to try to retcon it all. So there's been this idea for a Bakula series with him as the president of the Federation, and this is where they find out that the shadow guy from the Time War crap was actually future Archer.
Future Archer.
Yeah. And so it seems like what they're about to do is now this is kind of that on-ramp, off-ramp thing that Disney had, and they didn't take it when if Luke would have trained Grogu, they could have thrown everything from the 7, 8, and 9 out the window and started over, and they didn't do it. So I don't know if this is their plan, but the rumor has it that they're going to find that he's going to find out as the president of the Federation that is actually a future version of him that is trying to, pull, going back to another Scott Bakula character, put right what once went wrong and actually made things worse. So if they manage to tie Quantum Leap and Enterprise all together in a new series, I'm going to be rolling. Because I think they're about to try. But if it gets rid of the Kurtzman era, I'm okay with it. Yes, it's timey-wimey stuff, but if it gets rid of the Kurtzman era, I'm okay with it. Because I was a big
anything
fan,
that retcons Kurtzman, I am 100% on board with.
Because I was a big fan of Anson Mount until he went to post on X about how horrible current politics in America are, and I'm like, you should have just stayed out of it, bro. Because I liked you until 5 seconds ago. All right. So what else you got as final thoughts as we get ready to get out of here?
I'm tired, boss. That's my final thought.
That's your final thought. I can relate.
Yeah. No, it's just I've been kind of okay. So for like the last week, I've been dialing back, just coming in, promoting the podcasts and answering to people, answering my, replying to my notifications and shit, and just kind of I needed a break, and I'm feeling pretty good about it. I don't mind doing the shows because the shows allow me to scratch that itch, but just not being in full combat Twitter for a week or two. I mean, I'm getting antsy to get back into it, but I've been feeling kind of good about it. I think everybody, I'm not saying take a full break from Twitter because your friends love you on there, everybody. You have people that care about you on Twitter. Yes, even you. Just hang out with them for a minute or two. Feels good. Feels good, man. That's my final thought.
All right. So
you always have to be Ferraris 100% of the time.
Right.
Especially the electric Ferrari.
I'd like to be a Ferrari 50% of the time. Now I'm looking for corroboration, and if I find any, I'll put it out on X. But just saw reports that apparently there are initial reports of a potential swatting incident at a Supreme Court justice's house this evening. Police responded to the scene and were aware of a VIP at the address. Given the nature of the call, they suspected a swatting call. They met up with the security detail outside, and the incident has now been cleared. This was all apparently within the last hour. So my guess would probably be Alito or Thomas, but I'm still looking for confirmation.
Yeah.
So, yay, fun times. Fun times.
Yeah, I like that. I like that plan where they want to impeach Roberts. Okay, so you want to make fucking...
I mean,
you want to make Clarence Thomas Chief Justice? You think you got it bad now?
I'm okay with Clarence Thomas being head Chief Justice.
Oh, I'm
okay
100%.
with it.
That's what I mean. They think they have it bad with fucking Squishy Roberts as Chief Justice. Wait till they get fucking Thomas in there. Yeah. Oh, I've got articles of impeachment against Roberts. So good luck with that. Have fun.
Yeah, that should be fun. All right. So where can folks find you, sir?
Let's see. Tomorrow night, you can find me on The Culture Shift with Brad with the Fantastic Hairs. We take our bi-weekly dive into the business side of the entertainment industry. Friday night, you can find me on the Curse of Stephaneros with Jeff and JD Mack and Vincent Charles and the EP and Delaney as we do our tabletop Dungeons and Dragons session. Saturday, you can find me on Juxtaposition with you and hopefully Jeff as we talk about the UFO file dump that came out a couple weeks ago. And Sunday, you can find me on the Vincent Charles Project, where we will be doing a fantastic Bond movie. Not an actual James Bond movie, but similar to a James Bond movie. And I hope y'all watch it.
It's not Bond, but it's Bond adjacent.
It's Filipino midget Bond.
Oh, nice. Is there going to be any Tallahassee siege towers in this movie?
I hope so. No, in the trailer for it, the M16 is bigger than he is. It's fucking hilarious.
That's hilarious. All right, folks, I'm going to get out of here. I'm off tomorrow other than hopefully Jen and Rick. We've been hit and miss last week. Weather made it impossible. So, yeah, that time of year. So we'll see what happens tomorrow night for Jen and Rick, 10 p.m. Eastern. Friday night, I'll be back doing Rick Robinson show at noon. Weekend News Roundup at 3. And He Said, She Said with a lovely Aggie Weekend at 8:30. And Amish already covered Juxtaposition, so I'll be there doing that one. Also, there was a new drop, so I'm trying to get that folded in too. There was new stuff that came out on Monday. So
nice.
Yeah, they did it again. They did it again. They waited till holiday weekend and dropped some more.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing we had to punt 2 weeks ago.
But all right, so you can also find me on X at RowdyRick73. You can follow along with everything we do here at KLRN Radio on X at KLRN Radio, on Facebook at KLRN Radio, also that way on YouTube. On Rumble, it's different because they didn't like the call letters for some reason. So we're listed as America's Podcast Network over there, which has been our tagline everywhere else. But whatever works. And that's it. Oh, I guess you can also find me at Pickaxe. I've been spending a little bit more time over there because there's no algorithm over there. I actually get to see things. So, anyway, bye everybody. I think that's almost
no matter where
everything.
you go, there you are.